Everyone, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Planning Commission, except we're starting an hour early today. Welcome to everyone, and I wanted to remind, well, let's take roll call first, please.
Yes. Chair Suma?
Present.
Vice Chair Chang?
Here.
Commissioner Aiken?
Here.
Commissioner Heckman?
Here.
Commissioner Liu?
Here.
Commissioner Rectal?
Here.
Commissioner Templeton?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to remind my colleagues that we're going to end the first item after staff reports, our action item, about 5 minutes of 6 to welcome the Human Relations Commission. Okay, so with that said, we will go to public comment, and that is 3 minutes for anyone who would like to speak to an item that is not on the agenda. Do we have any speakers?
I have no raised hands or speaker cards.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions, please.
Oops, sorry, one person just raised, or two for items not on the agenda. First is Chad Bastewell.
Okay, go ahead, please. Mr. Basewell, you can go ahead. Maybe we should go on to the second person and come back to Mr. Basewell.
Okay. Next is Mitzi.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Phenomenal. I really wanted to talk about our public transportation. I'm really passionate about getting as many people moving in the same direction, in the same vehicle. It uses less gas. And we are in a time where we really need to be conserving things like this and thinking about the damage it's currently doing to our environment. One thing that I really think could help is that we need to invest in more public transportation, specifically low impact, like cattle cars, and we can just put all the niggers and kikes in them so that when we're transporting them away from our wonderful country, we're not using as much fuel. Because I feel that with as big of an issue as we have with third world invaders, when we do go to deport them, we're going to be using so much gasoline that we're going to be just putting huge holes in our ozone. And I don't want to do that. So I think it'd be really wonderful that as a community, we could invest in things like cattle cars, maybe even some large rowboats that could, send themselves away, really eco-friendly options when it comes to cleaning out our country from all these disgusting niggers and kikes. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Excuse me, but we don't tolerate hate speech here. If you'll give me a minute, the city of Palo Alto is committed to a culture of belonging where all members of a diverse community feel included, safe, and respected. We strongly denounce the speaker's message of discrimination and hate. We have allowed the speech only because the First Amendment of the Constitution requires us to give everyone an equal chance to express their views. If there are additional speakers who use hate speech, city staff may leave the meeting until regular business resumes. Members of the public may wish to do so as well. If board members, commission members, committee members want to make brief comments, please do that following the public comment period of today's meeting. Next speaker, please, and I hope there's no more hate speak.
Next is John Pukalowski.
Go ahead, Mr. Pukalowski. I guess, Ms. Dow, we can move on to the next speaker.
Okay. Gabe Stutman.
Hello, Council. Thank you for your time. This message is for any white men in California who have noticed the thousands and thousands of brown illegal invaders coming over our border every single day.
We're not council. I'm sorry, you're not addressing the council, and I believe you used a discriminatory, derogatory term. Thank you. Next speaker.
That was all the public speakers. The ones remaining didn't speak when I unmuted them.
Okay, thank you very much. Would any of my colleagues like to comment at all? This is the first time we've experienced this kind of hate speech at this body. But seeing no lights, we will move on to the next item, which is city official reports.
Thank you. One moment. So briefly, those of you who attended the San Antonio corridor outreach meeting and or open house, some of you were there, the Cal Poly students will be presenting to council over Zoom on March 18th. So that's a study session to receive that report. On the screen, I have the upcoming meetings. You can see we're 3 months into planning ahead. We try to do this for all of the items that come in. Sometimes we don't know until shortly before the meeting, something like tonight's agenda where we have an exciting transportation item. So you can see upcoming, we have quite a number of items. I'll just remind you, don't forget about the April 15th meeting with council, which is the joint meeting to review the amendments to the adopted housing element. And then there are several other items that are action items. And so for instance, next meeting, Commissioner Heckman will miss 3 study sessions, but only 1 action item. So that's just 1 item there for action. April 10th, we'll have 4 action items that are tentatively on that agenda. Then upcoming in April, May, and June, we have multiple action items there. So just to give a heads up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other reports from staff? I don't think so. What? Does he have his hand up?
Yes.
Mr. Rios, thank you.
Thank you. Just a brief update from the Office of Transportation. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Rafael Rios, Senior Engineer with the Office of Transportation. Actually, one of the updates just about upcoming meetings Amy had up there, but the next 327 meeting, you'll be hearing from our staff related to the Palo Alto Link and the bike plan update. And then also for City Council, we'll be also hearing a Palo Alto Link update and a similar meeting regarding the El Camino bike lanes that you'll be hearing later today. Those 2 items will be going to City Council on April 1st. I don't have any project updates today, but here for a little bit if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Do any of my colleagues have questions? Oh, okay.
I have a question about Charleston and Rostadero and the work both at El Camino and Wilkie seems to be kind of stalled out. Do you know what's going on there?
Yes, actually, I just happened to ask our Public Works Department on that. We're hoping that the paving and ultimately the striping with the new bike markings would happen. We're hoping that it happens in April. Might get delayed a little bit to May or so if there's weather delays or potential things, but we're hoping next month for it. So.
There are 2 sets of lights at Wilkie and Charleston right now. It's been that way for a couple months.
Yes, we did ask them. Okay, apologies. That one's a little bit later. We're still waiting for the signal cabinet for that transition. We did ask for them to either bag or turn the signal indicators that are not in use right now, and to avoid the confusion. I understand that was an issue. I believe that has already been done.
Yeah, it has been.
Okay.
I mean, it's fine. I just would like to see it done, but
for sure, definitely. I mean, we we're definitely experiencing like unprecedented delays in receiving the traffic signal hardware, like mainly the controller cabinets and stuff. That's taking way longer than ever. So
okay, thank you.
Commissioner Liu?
I had a quick question for Ms. French. I wanted to ask whether there were any ETAs for when we would get to be able to look at the new version of the housing element. Um, uh, yeah, and confirm how confident we felt about being able to meet on April 15th.
How confident in terms of participation? Or
in terms of having everything ready.
So the staff are hard at work with regular meetings, as I mentioned at the last meeting with the HCD staff, our reviewer. So we're optimistic that we're receiving some good feedback, and we'll be able to make our deadline of publishing the document in time for the packet for the April 15th meeting. So typically the council reports come out a week and a half before that meeting, but I can give a more precise date if I look at a calendar. Thanks.
Got it. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang?
A quick question for Ms. French. You had mentioned to us that the HRC loses their quorum later on at 8 o'clock, I believe.
That's correct.
And that our discussion, PTC's discussion on that item, which would be the Caltrain item, would end at that time as well.
Yes, the Caltrans item.
If we have our quorum, does it change? Like, and there's the desire for more discussion, would it? Are we allowed to continue?
Well, maybe we can check in later about that, because we do have another item after that, right, where if we start after 8, then we will probably have to abandon that item. So, it's worth considering being able to retain that item on the agenda.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? All right, well, then we will move on to our first action item, which is a recommendation on an ordinance updating chapter 18.15 density bonus law. So we will take that presentation now. Mr. Yang?
Thank you, commissioners. I don't have a presentation for you, but I will just sort of briefly walk through the changes that are made by this ordinance. They are almost entirely to implement changes in the state law into our local code. And there are a few edits for clarity and concision as well. But in large part, the edits are an updated section on applicability. We had previously had a short paragraph saying a density bonus does not apply to a PC zone, and I've just expanded that here to other situations, including development agreements and local incentive programs like the HIP or El Camino focus area. We also have a host of updated definitions and new definitions, and these are pulled directly from the state law. One thing I want to note is that the new definitions include more detail on how to define the base density in zones where the city does not actually limit the number of dwelling units per acre. And in those zones, the new definitions explain that development standards like FAR and height and setback will create a practical limit on realistic densities. And we'll use that calculation to create a dwelling units per acre number, which then the density bonus will be applied to. And this is becoming more relevant for Palo Alto because many of the rezonings with the housing element fall into that category where there's no longer a max dwelling units per acre, but instead we're relying on standards like FAR. And there are some other edits throughout the chapter to further flesh out this idea. Then there are some minor edits on the number of concessions that are available in certain situations. The state law has changed so that where there used to be a maximum of 3 concessions, now there's a maximum of 4, unless you are a 100% affordable project, in which case you're entitled to 5 concessions. So those numbers increased in state law, and we've made those changes in our code. Also related to concessions and incentives, we have currently a menu of sort of pre-approved incentives and concessions. Over the years, we found that developers have not used this menu, and the menu is based on an older kind of distinction between, what counts as an incentive and what would count as a waiver. And so this menu has been relocated to a different part of the code of this chapter. So it's no longer under incentives and concessions only. It's in a broader section dealing with incentives, concessions, and waivers. But the PTC may want to consider whether we just do away with this menu since it's not being used. And finally, there's a new section added allowing developers to use an additional density bonus. That is a new feature of the state law, and where the previous maximum density bonus was 50%, if you provided a sufficient number of affordable units, deed-restricted units, now a developer can reach that 50% threshold and provide some more affordable units to unlock additional density bonus up to a maximum of 100% density bonus now. And the final element of this ordinance is not directly related to the density bonus law, but it is something that will become more important as developers seek to use density bonus law. And this is section 3 of the ordinance on packet pages 34 and 35. This details the city's inclusionary ordinance requirements for rental units. So what do we consider to be compliance with our inclusionary requirements for rental projects? Currently, rental projects are able to just pay an impact fee. That's the default, but they can elect, instead of paying the impact fee, to provide affordable units on site. And in 2017, the council adopted an ordinance saying that instead of paying the impact fee, we would accept 15% of the units on site at rates affordable to moderate income households. And we believe that this was an error back then, and so we're trying to correct that now. It should be 15% of units affordable to low income households. That's kind of the standard in the industry for rental projects. And we've also tried to create another option for those units to be provided at the very low income level. And we've translated the 15% low income to be equivalent to 8% at very low income. So that is an update that is in section 3 of the ordinance. And with that, I'll just open it up to any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Do I have questions from my colleagues? Commissioner Chang and then Commissioner Rectal.
Thank you so much, Councillor Yang, for answering all the questions I emailed you. I have one additional question, which is, I'm just trying to understand the intent of the state law with respect to the additional density bonus that that an applicant can take advantage of. I noticed that the additional density bonus only it comes into effect if there are additional very low or moderate income units provided. Why only very low and moderate, and why not just the middle category of lower?
Yeah, there are a lot of questions that I have on this provision. I don't have an answer for that particular question. I don't know why they left out the low income category. Um, I don't know why they selected, sorry, excuse me, why they selected the ratios that they did. You can see that if you provide 15% more units at moderate income, you get a 50% density bonus. But in, under the very low income category, you max out at, lost it for a second. You max out at 38.75% density bonus. So I can't tell you why that's not there. I think the overall intent is to provide greater flexibility to developers to reach a higher density bonus. You know, about 5 years ago, the maximum density bonus was 35% that you could get under state law. And then that was expanded to be able to achieve a 50% density bonus. And, now we're up to 88 or 100%.
Okay, thank you. I thought maybe it was a typo in state law. All right, thanks. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Rectal?
Yeah, I'm confused about the low vehicle travel area. Can you explain what that is and like what part of Palo Alto would qualify for that?
Yes. I'm not in the best position to go into depth about that. I know the concept is basically if there are areas of Palo Alto that are below the sort of regional average VMT, then they are considered sort of preferred areas for development.
The idea is that the additional travel wouldn't have much impact on the residents, since
I think
that they're
sorry.
that because there's low travel in that area, traffic is better, and then therefore the new residents won't impact the current residents as much. Is that what they're going after, or?
It's hard to say because often, or at least in communities like Palo Alto, residential development is thought of as a net benefit from VMT, a VMT perspective. So even in a high VMT area, you wouldn't find a significant impact on VMT through residential development. I suppose in other jurisdictions with different jobs housing balances, you might find the effect that you're referring to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So this ordinance has a lot of tables in it with a lot of numbers, and all those numbers are specified in state law, or do we have any latitude on any of them?
All those numbers are specified in the state law.
Okay. Yeah. And finally, impact fees. Do you happen to know what percentage of developers use impact fees as opposed to having the units themselves?
So in the past, impact fees have been a very attractive option for rental development because they provide more flexibility. So in the past 10 years, I'd say, we've largely seen payment of impact fees as the choice. I think going forward, because density bonus has been expanded and provides so many benefits, it's more likely that some developers will choose to provide the units on site because you cannot use the density bonus law unless you're providing the units on site.
Okay, interesting. How do we calculate what the impact fees are? Is there some nexus study, or how do we do that?
Yes, the city conducted a nexus study. I believe it was adopted in 2017, and I may have been kind of updated or recalibrated since then. But the fee is in the range of $20 to $25 per square foot.
Okay, and is that indexed for inflation, or is it just set?
It is indexed for inflation.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Oh, okay.
Commissioner Liu.
Commissioner Liu?
Thank you. I had a couple of short clarifications, but firstly, I just wanted to mention that I really appreciate Commissioner Chang's excellent questions, and they addressed a lot of the questions that I originally had coming in. Firstly, can you refresh us on how many density bonus applications we've actually seen in recent years and how many of those were actually built?
I don't have those figures available. The one that comes to mind most clearly is 2850 West Bayshore, utilized the density bonus. And I know prior to that, we had not really seen a lot of density bonus action. So there may have been one or two applications before that. Since then, we have received, I know, a number of density bonus applications. One of them was for the Sobrato project at the Friday site. Before that project, went into the development agreement process. And some of the projects that are seeking to use the builder's remedy that have come in the past few years have also submitted alternative proposals based on density bonus law.
Got it. That's useful. And I realize the numbers will change with every iteration of the law, but I just wanted to set some context. Following up on a question that Commissioner Chang asked, I wanted to confirm what the best way to read the no maximum controls on density mentioned in packet page 20, section D, bullet points 1 and 2. Firstly, on page 29, when discussing the limitations on waivers, it only mentions that the limitation on waivers applies to bullet point 2. So developments located within a half mile of a major transit stop. Does that mean that developments located in low vehicle travel areas can apply additional waivers?
I'm sorry, I'm going to get a glass of water. I'll be right back.
So on packet page 29, there's a mention about how further waivers not allowed for point D2, but it doesn't explicitly mention D1. So I just wanted to confirm if that meant that additional waivers could be applied for low vehicle travel areas, but not for areas near transit.
I'm sorry, I think that may be that may have been an error. Additional waivers would not be available for either of those scenarios. So if you have a 100% affordable project and you are trying to take advantage of that provision where you get 33 additional feet and no maximum control on density, then you are not eligible for any other waivers, regardless of if it's because you're close to transit or if you're in that low vehicle VMT area.
Got it. And so points D1 and D2 only apply for 100% affordable units, not 80% or any other threshold.
That's right.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Those were my questions.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? I'm not seeing any, so I will go to members of the public if we have any. Ms. Dow? I don't see any.
Yes, I have one speaker card from Jeff Levinsky.
Good evening, everyone. The staff report doesn't give a lot of information on how the density bonus law is currently being used in Palo Alto. Some large projects have already been approved under it, but many more are in the pipeline. With the exception of the builder's remedy law, which it's uncertain we're subject to, the density bonus law will be responsible for the biggest buildings that don't conform with our own local zoning code. In other words, it appears to be the most consequential zoning override the state has imposed upon us. So it's very important for you to discuss. Our density bonus project, one density bonus project currently in the pipeline is 739 Sutter, which is located a couple of blocks south of Midtown Safeway. That project is getting a 50% density bonus to put 12 units on a site that would normally allow 8. And it's requesting 13 or so separate waivers through the density bonus law too. Each one of those waivers overrides some part of our zoning code. Now, the density bonus law offers what are called concessions. You earn so many based on how much affordable housing you provide. And Sutter could get a concession for FAR, but the concessions are limited in number and how much each is worth. So Sutter is skipping all that, instead asking for a waiver of FAR. But I don't think the state legislators who wrote the density bonus law intended for waivers to give you as much floor area as you want, as why bother then offering concessions for floor area or anything else. The Sutter developers can also get a waiver for height. So they could use the density bonus law to erect a 24-story building on that site and build 12 units, each 2 stories in height. Each unit would sell for many millions of dollars and have great views too. Yes, the building would have to provide some below market rate housing, but it's just 2 of the 12 units, not a big deal, given the overall gargantuan size of such a project. Please ask staff, but I couldn't find one word in the proposed changes before you tonight that would stop this. What would? Well, you might suggest that our council, along with counties and other cities, use our lobbyists to ask the state legislature to return some sanity to this law. The notion that every project can get as much FAR and as much height as it wishes doesn't appear to be the intent of the state legislature, but rather the result of a few court decisions that completely ignored concessions and the consequences of unlimited waivers. A second option is for our city, again in combination with others, to have judges review the many flaws in the current precedents. As you all know, one court's rulings are sometimes overturned by another court or even by the same court. Why can't we present better arguments and seek more sensible judgments? A third way is to find ways to limit FAR and height waivers within the structure of the density bonus law itself. Has our legal department been ever asked to pursue that? You could recommend that they do so, perhaps with the help of outside experts. In summary, the density bonus law has mutated into something that undermines all of our zoning and planning, and something that even the state legislature wouldn't recognize. So please help turn that around. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's our only speaker, so we'll bring it back to the commission. Would someone like to start off with comments? Commissioner Aiken?
Sure, I'll start off. Regarding the menu of incentives and concessions that Councilor Yang described, it seems to me that it would be a good idea to eliminate it if simply to reduce the maintenance load for the code. So I was curious as to whether anyone else had thoughts along those lines.
Commissioner Heckman, is that your light? I see.
I think so. Thank you. I was thinking similarly, Commissioner Aiken, if it's been put out into the marketplace, it has not been used. That makes it a form of sort of legislative clutter. And these concepts are complex enough without throwing something else out there. So if on that one, staff seems to has invited us to weigh in on whether it should be removed. I think it should. I did notice in transporting the menu from one section of the ordinance to another, 2 or 3 of the items actually didn't get transported. And I couldn't find if they had been put someplace else or just dropped. Because I think there were roughly 8 items in the former location and 5 or so in the new. So I'd be supportive on that. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the other thing that staff asked us, and that was on the 15% affordable, whether that should migrate from moderate to lower. But I'm going to hold that and see if Commissioner Aiken had more to say on other issues.
No, please proceed.
Okay, so I was curious, coming tonight to see if any members of the housing development community might appear and weigh in on this issue of clarifying or changing our ordinance to indicate that this affordability standard is not moderate, but rather lower, which is low or very low. And I, no one spoke. So, because I was interested if there was an economic counter argument why this would not result in additional affordable housing units in developments going forward. And I take that silence as a message that at least no one has a great enough concern about it at this point to raise it. And while it's a long-term concern of mine that this move could compel housing developers to pay the in lieu fee instead of providing either the very low or a larger percentage of low, my thought is to make the change and then over time let the marketplace tell us. Because if that's what we see, that we're not getting more units, just more money toward for sale units, as I understand it, rather than these rentals, then I think it'll be an opportunity to relook at that, but that's 2, 3, 4 years down the road. So I'd be supportive of making that change from moderate to low and very low as reflected in the table in section 3, which is on packet pages 34, and the changes in 35. Those are my comments. Thank you. Otherwise, supportive of staff's recommendation to move this forward to council.
Commissioner Chang?
I too am supportive of both the staff recommendations to remove the clutter in the code as well as the change from moderate to lower. One related but not 100% related thought I had is that given sort of the complexity of this density bonus, also given that there are more applications now, I would find it very useful to have a study session on density bonus. So I just wanted to raise that as part of this discussion.
Commissioner Liu?
I agree with all the comments from Commissioners Aiken, Heckman, and Chang. I agree with the reasoning and don't need to expand much beyond that. I did actually want to ask potentially a couple of questions following up on our public commenter. I firstly want to ask about these are for Mr. Yang, ask about the provisions about when redeveloping occupied housing, providing equivalently affordable housing to the previous occupants. So that's really described in packet page 16 and 17. Can you confirm the scope of that as it might apply to a project like 739 Sutter? If none of those units are deed restricted affordable housing, but in practice, the people who rent there or live there meet income eligibility for affordable housing, would the developer be required to provide potentially more affordable units than they are right now?
Yes. Well, sorry, I just need a moment to look into this question of if it's more than what is required just under the density bonus sort of tables.
Yeah.
But the general concept of the replacement unit is that, even if it's not deed restricted, if it is occupied by a lower income household, that it needs to be, offered at that level. And if there is no information, then we'll presume that, some proportion of the units being demolished were occupied, in fact, by lower income.
Got it. So if we did outreach to the current residents and it turns out that all 8 units are occupied by people of lower income, we would go back to the developer and say, actually, instead of 2 affordable units, you need to provide 8 on site.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, got it. That's useful clarification. And also a pretty strong protection for lower income folks who live in existing units or redeveloped. So I am curious whether we've looked into that in the context of 739 Sutter or other developments, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so I'm not sure about the details of that project, but I know that in general, it's a challenge to find that information, to contact tenants. Some often units are vacant, right, by the time the application comes in. And so we have this backstop of sort of the presumption, if you don't give us any information, we'll assume that some of them were occupied by lower income. Sometimes the developers, the owners have some records and are able to share those with us, but other times they're not.
Thank you. That is useful clarification.
Commissioner Rector?
Yeah, I'm confused. The difference between concessions and waivers and incentives. Can you kind of summarize that?
Yeah. So the distinction used to be both more clear and less clear, but as it currently stands, concessions and incentives, and there's not really a difference between those 2 terms. So, those are one type. Concessions and incentives are supposed to be sort of changes to the normal rules that provide some financial benefit. So that could be, that you don't have to provide as much parking, right? If parking is expensive to develop. It is also often interpreted to mean some concession that lowers the per unit cost, even if it increases the overall cost of development. So that could be additional FAR, maybe, building a larger, more square footage increases the total cost, but on a per unit basis, it provides a financial benefit. Waivers are much more kind of narrowly defined, but there is, as the commenter mentioned, an unlimited number of them available. And waivers are changes to physical development standards, things like height, FAR, setback. So physical development standards that would preclude the project from being constructed.
So why would anyone choose a concession if a waiver allows you to have no rules as opposed to changing the rule?
Yeah, so some things just aren't physical standards, right? The number of parking spaces you have to provide isn't like part of the building envelope of what you can physically build.
So that you could only change parking with a concession, not with a waiver.
That's the way I would approach it. Yes.
Okay. So apart from parking, what else would only be affected by concessions?
Perhaps a landscaping requirement, something like that.
What about setbacks, for example?
Setbacks I would consider to be a physical development standard.
Okay. Yeah, I am still very confused. I think a study session would be excellent because it seems to be just this morass of rules. And I'm not sure if just that's the way Sacramento did it and we're stuck with it, or whether we can streamline and make this more sensible. Because if I was a builder and I was trying to figure out what to do, I would be confused. I don't know how the builders know what to do.
Yeah. You know, there's unfortunately not a lot that we can do as a local entity, you know, to affect the way that this law works.
So we're stuck until Sacramento cleans it up.
Right. Right.
Okay, thank you.
So I am not seeing any other lights this time, so I'll make a few comments. I want to thank Mr. Yang for working so hard on this. And also I want to thank our one public speaker whose sentiments mostly I share, and also my colleagues for bringing up some good points. And I think I do support getting rid of the menu because no one's used it. So what's the point? But the one thing that I'm not certain about still, and gives me pause, is if we have done everything we possibly can to get the best projects for our city under the constraints that the state has put upon us with this law, and particularly with concessions and incentives and waivers, because before the last amendment or a court ruling that may have affected it, our reading of it, there was an apparent difference. And now there's really no reason for concessions in some sense, except now Mr. Yang just said parking and landscaping. But if waivers are so open-ended that I almost don't see the point of concessions and incentives, and I'm not sure that's what the state law meant. So I guess my question there is if we can keep it, well, the first question is, when updating this law for our code, were we influenced by any court decisions or court rulings, or just the way the state law was written? And that's from Mr. Yang.
So these updates are driven by the state law. You know, the staff implementation as it applies to any particular project might be informed by court decisions, but these you know, these changes to the ordinance are just reflective of state law.
Okay, and I guess that would fall into the category, I think it was already stated, about who knows why they left concessions and incentives in, really, when you can get everything and anything from waivers. So I would just like to keep in mind, I don't think there's any point in not advancing this because we have to be compliant, and there's some good things in here too. But I would like to keep in mind that as we move forward, that we use any of the means we have available to us to address the problematic aspects of this law. It seemed very, very open-ended. And then I wanted to ask about residential uses that are multifamily, which includes the residential uses R2 and RMD that are grouped. So RMD and R2 are technically in land use multifamily, but in our zoning code, we group them with R1 because we see them the same way pretty much, and they're protected differently. So under the new state law, are R2 and RMD also, and are also under the assumption that they could be developed at the maximum densities, the whole range expressed for residential multifamily in the land use portion? Or am I misunderstanding that?
So no, you're not. You're dealing with a provision of the code that is not terribly clear, but we would take the position that the maximum density in the land use designation, is dependent on that zoning. So you're not going to get a even if we say multifamily land use designation can go up to 40 units per acre, that's not going to suddenly change an RM20 zone to 40 units per acre.
Okay, good. That's what I was asking. And then I hope, just in a general sense, as we move forward with this, and maybe there's an opportunity for the council to discuss this with staff, also that we make sure we're using all the tools we have in our toolkit to get the best for our residents and future residents out of the projects developed under this law. And then that being said, I'll go to Commissioner Chang. No, Heckman, sorry.
I'm prepared to make a motion if, unless anyone else has something to add.
Go ahead, please.
All right. So just before I make the motion, I want to mention that I noticed in Vice Chair Chang's email dialogue with Mr. Yang, there were a couple of typos she identified and a couple of other changes that it appeared that she had brought to Mr. Yang's attention that will be made. Additionally, I had a conversation with Mr. Yang yesterday about a couple other non-substantive clarifying changes that staff might make. So I'm going to include that in my motion. I just wanted to give that context to everybody. So I will move the staff recommendation to recommend that the City Council adopt the ordinance attached as Attachment A, updating our density bonus regulations with the following modifications from the version of the ordinance that appeared in our staff report. First, deletion of the menu of concessions, which has in the draft been relocated to section 18.15.090D as in door. Second, to include the clarification or change to the affordable housing requirement that it be low income, which can be either very low or low from moderate, and that appears in section 3 of the ordinance. That change has been made. And finally, that staff have the flexibility to correct typos and make clarifications as this of non-substantive issues that they find or that we have discussed with them as this travels toward council.
Second.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, I'm not a big fan of the density bonus law for a number of reasons that I had already highlighted. Some of them just kind of don't make sense. But that being said, this is not a choice that we have as Palo Alto.
I'm not seeing any other lights, so we may go ahead and vote, please, Ms. Dow.
Commissioner Aiken?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yes.
Commissioner Liu?
Yes.
Chair Suma?
Unwillingly, but yes.
Commissioner Rectal?
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a little break while we get reorganized and welcome our Human Relations Commission members and staff. And welcome to the Human Relations Commission and staff, and it's nice to see Councilmember Lithcott Hames here as well. So this is a study session and presentation to PTC and HRC by Caltrans on El Camino Real bike lanes and parking space removal, etc. So we will go ahead and start with presentations, please. Oops.
Thank you. I'll just do it for the HRC. So we have Chair Eberly here, Vice Chair Kraus, Commissioner Smith, present. Commissioner Stemler, 4 present. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I guess now we will go to staff.
Sorry, we were just holding on to get a presentation for our Caltrans staff that's here. So I'm Philip Cami, Chief Transportation Official, and introducing tonight our Caltrans representatives that are here. This is Nick Saleh, who's going to be starting off this presentation.
Do I need to do anything here? Good. Okay, good evening. Thanks so much for inviting us here. My name is Nick Saleh. I'm a district division chief and a project manager. I oversee the capital program in Santa Clara County. Today, actually, we will present to you a couple of things. Give you a status update on the ongoing El Camino rehab project, which goes through Los Altos, Mountain View, and the city of Palo Alto. And also would like to focus on the proposed additional bike lane through the city of Palo Alto that came later in the game. But before I start, I would like to introduce Caltrans team. There's some of us here and there's a few virtual somewhere else. Before I start, I'd like to introduce Yunmi Cho. She's a project manager. And I don't know how to see the others, the virtual ones, but I will just name the names and hopefully we'll bubble. I'd like to introduce Ang Mong. He is the Chief Safety Engineer in District 4 in the Bay Area. Lester Lee is an Office Chief, and Rick is a Safety Officer, Engineering Safety Engineer. And I'd like to introduce Sergio. He is the Department, the District Bike Liaisons. Did I miss anybody? But before I start, also I want to recognize the partnership and the help from the city staff and Philip, Sylvia, and Melissa. We've been working together from day one on many, many issues. So with this, I would like to start my PowerPoint presentation. So hopefully I'll be covering today between the staff and myself is a big picture. Can you just go to the next slide, please? Yeah. We'll be talking about, we'll give you an update of the current project schedule and status. So where is it? It's in construction as we speak. So we'll give you a higher overview of what's going on. Also, we're gonna present planning and mobility, a high-level discussion on Caltrans Complete Street and other related directives. Our safety team will discuss the safety findings and what the recommendation and the outcome that we recommend. And finally, we will overview the design and what went through, and we analyze what options we went through to come up with that proposed bike. With this, I'd like to introduce Yunmi to provide an overview of the project.
Good evening. Yeah, my name is Yunmi Choi, Caltrans Project Manager.
Excuse me, could you get a little closer to the microphone so we can hear you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, I'm Yunmi Choi, Caltrans Project Manager. Today, I'm here to provide you the overview of the Caltrans paving project on State Route 82 El Camino Real. The project limits is between the city of Mountain View and the city of Palo Alto. And the construction cost is approximately $30 million. And the project's main scope is pavement rehabilitation of the asphalt concrete pavement and concrete pavement, upgrade sidewalk driveways and curb ramps to ADA standards, and also include placing high visibility crosswalk pavement marking, electrical work, including installing pedestrian hybrid beacon systems, APS systems, and upgrading signal poles at several intersections. In addition to that, this project will add new bikeways in the city of Mountain View and Los Altos. So we are here to propose new bikeways in the city of Palo Alto limit. And the time of implementation will be right after new paving. And currently, new paving is scheduled tentatively late summer and fall of this year. For project schedule, the construction has already begun in November 2023 and is anticipated to be done in fall of next year. For next topic, I'd like to introduce Sergio Ruz, Caltrans Ped and Bike Coordinator. Sergio?
Hi, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Great. Thanks. Just to confirm. Thank you. I'd like to provide a little bit of a higher level context with an overview of our planning, policy, and mobility needs that have been identified for El Camino Real. So starting with just sort of the policy framework around how we pursue our paving projects and incorporate complete streets. So Caltrans has established several strategic priorities as a department, and this is, just as the state of California, focused around safety, equity, climate action, and prosperity. And so this is kind of the lens that we look at when we identify investment opportunities, not just when we do repaving or fixing existing roadway assets, but also in opportunities to really make sure that we're providing a more sustainable transportation network. So we have a lot of various strategic planning documents and investment priority initiatives that kind of help point to the preference of providing multimodal opportunities. So that's kind of setting the framework for why we're pursuing bikeways on El Camino Real. Next slide, please. And so digging a little further into these priorities, we also have our complete streets policy. What we mean by complete streets is it's our organizational priority to encourage and maximize walking, biking, transit, and passenger rail. This policy really does touch on all of our strategic priorities that was mentioned previously. And this policy was recently updated also in 2021, and it was actually strengthened quite a bit to basically require Caltrans to include comfortable and connected walking and biking facilities in all of our projects, unless an exception is granted. And so it really raises the threshold for when we are required to include what we call or refer to as complete streets facilities, really focused on multimodal travel. Next slide, please. So, and just to go beyond the policy framework, there's been a lot of planning done along El Camino Real throughout the corridor, not just in Santa Clara County, but also in San Mateo County. Here are some of the planning documents we've referenced when we identify potential needs and opportunities for complete streets improvements. Some of these have been carried out by Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority. Others were done through various jurisdictions, including the Grand Boulevard Initiative studies that were done for Redwood City and Palo Alto. But also at the district level, we developed our first district for bike plan back in 2018. kind of using a data-based approach in identifying bicycling needs and proposed recommendations. One of the key findings that came about in reviewing all of these planning documents is sort of the desire and need for continuous bike facilities along El Camino Real, not just in Palo Alto, but in the adjoining jurisdictions as well, since it does provide the most direct connection, and there is a need to have improved access to the destinations on El Camino, and not just some of the parallel bike boulevards or bike routes that can be somewhat circuitous. Next slide. So kind of set the framework for how we identify needs for bike improvements. As I stated just now, El Camino really does have that direct connection to various downtown business districts, including from San Jose all the way to San Francisco. We know people are biking on there today. We'll touch a little bit on that later on in our presentation about the safety needs for people using El Camino today. But also knowing that people are biking on there today and then there's the need for improved connectivity. Caltrans has what we call contextual guidance for preferred bikeway facilities. And typically on roadways that have higher speeds and higher volumes like El Camino and basically a lot of our state highways throughout the state, it really points to the need for more separated bikeways to be more comfortable and attract more users. So this chart here on the right is just an example of how we determine what the more appropriate type of bikeway would be for a context like El Camino, where you do see higher speeds and volumes. So if it wasn't like a class 4, which is what we call a vertically separated bikeway, it could also be a class 1 shared use path, which is fully separate from the roadway. And those are more typically done in rural areas or places where we have more right of way. But in constrained rights of way, we typically prefer class 4 bikeways. Next slide. And of course, we're not just focused on Palo Alto. Nick and Yunmi mentioned that this project also is already incorporating bikeways within the cities of Mountain View and Los Altos. Those segments of El Camino was a bit of a different way that those were initiated, in that the cities already had those identified in their plans and came to us to incorporate bikeways as part of our project. And then we have other paving projects throughout other segments of El Camino Real where bikeways are proposed, and you can see them listed here on the map with the proposed construction start date for each of those projects. So we really do see repaving as one of the biggest opportunities to incorporate bikeway facilities, especially since, you know, as part of our asset management approach, repaving is done every so many years, and so that really is the best opportunity to do some real changes on the ground. There are some limitations to that approach in relying on repaving projects to incorporate bikeways, especially when you get to things like intersection improvements or when other design treatments are triggered, like drainage or electrical work. That sometimes becomes a limitation when we're just focused on the repaving aspect. But we still see this as a major opportunity and a significant improvement, particularly for those who are already biking and the needs that we see out there along the corridor. Next slide. So yeah, with that, I'll pass it on to Rick Young and our traffic safety team to talk about some of the safety considerations.
Thank you, Sergio. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Rick Young. Before I begin, can I just do an audio check, make sure my audio is coming through?
Sounds very clear.
All right, thank you. So my portion of the presentation is focused on traffic safety. Specifically, I'll be talking about the crashes that involve bicyclists on El Camino Real and what we can do to prevent them from happening in the future. Next slide, please. Here's an overview of the topics I'll be going over. I'll start with our safety first mindset approach to safety. Then I'm going to go into our bicyclist safety improvement monitoring program. Follow that with a review of the crash history. And I'll end by talking about the bicyclist safety enhancement recommendation that we have for the repaving project. Next slide. Before I go into all the detail, I like to just take a moment to talk about our general approach to safety. At Caltrans, our mindset is safety first. What that means is our priority is for the safety of all our road users. Our vision is to eliminate all fatality and serious injury on our highway. And to do that, we use the safe system approach, where we focus on preventing crashes from happening in the first place. And if they do occur, we want to minimize the harm done to the done to the road users who are involved. Next slide, please. So one of the tools we use to improve traffic safety is our bicyclist safety improvement monitoring program. Using crash data from 2016 to 2020, the program looks for locations where we have high concentration of crashes that involve bicyclists. We then take a closer look at this location, investigate, and we implement the appropriate safety enhancement countermeasures. Next slide, please. So through our bicyclist safety improvement monitoring program, we have identified 5 highway segments along El Camino Real in the city of Mountain View and Palo Alto, where we have high concentration of crashes involving bicyclists. One of the locations is located in the city of Mountain View, location number 1. The other 4 locations are located in Palo Alto. Next slide. So let's go into take a closer look at these crashes. So from 2016 to 2020, across these 5 highway segments, we have a total of 33 crashes involving bicyclists. 32 of them resulted in injury, and one of them, sadly, was a fatality. So one thing I want to highlight from this slide, these 33 crashes, they not only tell us something about the incidents, they're also indication that we currently have bicyclists riding along El Camino Real. So we want to do everything we can to improve safety for these riders. Next slide, please. So here's a breakdown of the 33 crashes by crash type. Overwhelmingly, broadside was the highest at close to 80%. And this is significant because in a broadside crash, the likelihood of the bicyclist sustaining injury tends to be higher. Next slide, please. There's a breakdown of the crashes by primary collision factors. Other violations came in highest at almost 50%, followed by failure to yield at 30%. Next slide. So in addition to breaking down the crashes by type or by primary collision factors, we've also grouped them into a specific pattern so we can take a closer look at some of the underlying issue and to identify potential mitigation measures. The 3 crash patterns we have identified are drivers' failure to yield, bikes going against the flow of traffic, and red light violation. Next slide. Our first crash pattern is driver's failure to yield. Typically, the underlying issues related to this is driver distraction, visibility issue, or right-of-way assignment not being clear to the road users. Things we may be able to do to improve this condition include upgrading and improving traffic signage and markings, making sure we have clear line of sight, especially at intersections and driveways, continuing our effort with driver education, and at selected location, providing bike boxes to improve the visibility of bicyclists. Next slide. Bikes going against the flow of traffic. Issues related to this one oftentimes is related to a lack of having a designated area for people to ride bikes. Sometimes it could also be related to having to deal with a high-stress riding environment on a roadway like El Camino Real. Potential mitigation measures include providing standard bicycle facility so that we can designate a portion of the roadway for the exclusive use by bicyclists. We can also install appropriate signs and markings to clearly indicate the direction of travel for bikes. Next slide. And our last crash pattern is red light violation. This could be related to speeding, drivers not being able to see traffic signal equipment clearly. Sometimes there could be an issue related to signal timing. Potential mitigations include traffic enforcement, driver's education, and working with our maintenance and highways operation to make sure signal equipments are visible to drivers and to make sure that each signal is timed properly. Next slide. So based on our traffic safety review, our recommendation is to implement a bikeway on El Camino Real with the ongoing repaving project. Just want to highlight some of the benefits of having a bikeway. Number one, it provides the connectivity that Sergio had mentioned in his portion of the presentation. It will reduce the incidence of bicyclists riding against the flow of traffic. It will reduce the potential for conflict between bikes and vehicles. And ultimately, it will improve traffic safety on El Camino Real. And with that, I'm going to turn this back over to Nick for the next portion of the presentation.
The next slide will be the remaining of the presentation. We'll be focusing on some consideration and challenging through the design. Unfortunately, the design engineer did not couldn't be available to attend this meeting, but I will attempt to cover as much as I can. But I will have all the support from the staff to explain any of those outstanding things.
Sorry to interrupt. It would help if you got a little closer to the mic.
As much as I can. I told you, man. I'll be careful with
Thank you.
How does it sound?
Much better.
Thank you so much. Okay, let me start over again about this one. I will be covering and focusing on the design aspect of what went through the bike lane consideration throughout the corridor, include Mountain View, Los Altos, and future Palo Altos proposed bike lane. So I will focusing on the challenges and some consideration went through the design. We'll be covering real estate challenges, which is right-of-way, on-street parking, intersections and driveways, and transit stops. Next slide, please. I don't have to convince you a lot about the El Camino Real, the real estate and the right-of-way challenges and constraints through the right-of-way. I believe there's 3 through lanes throughout the corridor, and multiple location has left turns or right turns. And and other considerations, some of the towns along the El Camino, it has been decided a long time, I think, is the ownership of the sidewalk. So some of those sidewalks are owned by Caltrans, and whenever we own the sidewalk, it means they give us from the back of the sidewalk to the opposite back of the other sidewalk in the opposite direction, almost 130 feet across. In case we don't have that, it has been delegated or by the cities, it will take us back to almost 100 feet wide. And in between, there is little variation between. So the average width of the facility throughout the corridor goes from a range from 100 linear feet to almost 130 feet in the best case scenario. Next slide, please. The second challenge and reality is the impact of the on-street parking. As Yumni said, and I believe Sergio mentioned, this has this the street parking went through the whole corridor. Palo Alto and Los Altos, we went through the same process. They were also a challenge to accommodate for complete facility or to more standards. So they went through their city council for removal of the street parking. And this is similar situation here. We believe that initial numbering, we're gonna be impacting, or the placement of the bikeway will be tentatively impacting almost 600 plus or minus a couple of cars, 603 street parking spots. And that's through the whole segment of city of Palo Alto. Next slide. The other challenge that will, it just created more hurdle to the design team to come up with more sophisticated or standard facility is the frequency of the intersections and the driveways through the corridor. And it's very obvious. It's create a lot of challenge, and the designer have to be very creative to come up with the most practical and reasonable approach for design. And that creates a lot of conflict zones for both actually the automobile and the bikers and the bicyclists when they have to decide on which priority is. And also another constraint is the right turn lane and left turn, actually creating the same concern about the bike facility. Next. If those three reasons are enough, we still have another one, which is the more frequent bus stops throughout the corridor that create another conflict zones during any movement for bicyclists and buses and motorists. It's create a very challenging opportunities for the buses and the bikes to pull in and out. So that's it's one of the biggest challenge. So the next slide will provide you sort of an ideal situation, not ideal actually, it's an actual situation, how the facility is going to look like after Caltrans go ahead and upgrade all the ADA, the ramps that Yumni said about the scope of the work. We're going to update some of the sidewalks actually because they need some upgrades, and pave the project and provide all the signals upgrades and the bike lane and the striping, and that's typical how this is the facility will look like, hopefully the day we leave. Next slide, please. This is a sort of a perspective how the facility is going to look like today and what we have today, and that will actually highlight the real estate and the right-of-way constraint. In the upper one says before, it does have at each side they have street parking and the sidewalk and the through lanes. This is a typical section today across the whole corridor, and that's not limited only to Palo Alto. This is through the corridor, Mountain View and Los Altos. And the second, the lower cross section will illustrate how the facility is going to look like when the street parking and installing the bike lane. And actually, this is it shows class 4 bike lane, but the challenge is with the real estate. It could be class 2, class 1, or class 4. Next slide. This picture is before. It's what we're gonna see if we drive on California Street at Camino, how this is gonna look like today. And hopefully when we complete the project, this is the way we're gonna leave the facility, how this is gonna look like. Next slide. Few consideration we have done during the design, even though the main scope of the project is to extend the life of the pavement and improve the rideability, which is really needed at this time. And So we looked into what does it take to maintain the street parking, which is apply all the design exceptions that allow us to reduce the lane width, allow us to move things around to fit the existing facility. So, and which is, we are doing that. We reduce in some instances the lane width from 12 standard feet to could be 11 and 11 and a half, whatever we need it as much as we can. And I think that's both the lane reduction approach, as far as long as it's comply with the DIB, with other standard, design standard and geometric. And we don't want to create any unsafe situation by improving one aspect of the safety. So we're looking at this very closely. To maintain the road, it's very challenging, and unfortunately, we could not come up with enough reduction in the lane that accommodate to keep the street. Lane width, again, we are going from 12 feet to 11, and as much as we can to accommodate to free up some real estate to keep the facility as is. Other option, we did not look into detail, but was brought up to the table, which is what we call it. It's a possibility of a future lane elimination, or what you call it, road diet, which means you take a through lane from each direction to accommodate for street parking and the bike facility. And this is a great vision, and I think we all for it. Unfortunately, the time does not allow us to go through the entire analysis to accommodate that. It has a lot of impact from. It's a regional corridor. It does have a lot of stakeholders. A lot of stakeholders need to be in the table to decide how is the future of this corridor look like it. But Caltrans will be more than happy to be part of that team to discuss it. So what's next for us? So far, this is our third public engagement outreach for the last 3 weeks. I think we broke the record, even Caltrans, that once a week we present our project. And the next step will be going, I believe the city staff will be going to the city council for a resolution to remove the street parking. I want to, and that conclude my presentation. Just before I finish and give you the chance, I want to look at it from the opportunity. So far what we have done, Palo Alto and Los Altos, they incorporate all the facility within. Our goal is to entertain and come to you guys. Hopefully we'll incorporate the work within Palo Alto. And it's a great, it's taken us a little while because actually it's not because of the project is going slow. It is just we're trying to accommodate the ongoing Palo Alto sewer line project that actually came sort of last minute into the game. So we have to push our project a little bit farther to accommodate for the sewer line. It takes, I think, 10,000 linear feet. The timing is great, and what makes this project a little bit different is we're trying to do things once and hopefully do it right. We need to eliminate or reduce any throwaway down the road. And hopefully we'll hear with the team to answer any of the questions related to this. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation, and to your team. Does staff have anything to add? Our staff have anything to add to the presentation, or?
No, I don't think so, not at this time.
Okay. And then, so we'll go to questions and comments first, and I see that Commissioner Templeton's light has been on for some time.
Thank you, Chair. So first of all, I just want to say to Mr. Saleh and our whole staff from Caltrans, thank you for presenting this opportunity to us, not just this night, but overall, working with our staff and reaching out for such an amazing opportunity to make El Camino Real safer for our city. I have a couple of clarifying questions. One is I know it's a touchy subject, but just to clarify, is that fatality the middle schooler? Do you recall?
I don't recall, but I know, Rick, do you recall the nature of the fatality?
Yeah, it was it's the one on California.
Yeah, okay. I just want to emphasize that was a young person trying to be mobile and get around, and collided with a very large vehicle. Now that road is closed down, that intersection is probably less dangerous, I can only hope. But the idea that we haven't really done anything since then to improve the safety of El Camino is on my mind. So I just thank you for clarifying what the nature of that fatality was. The other question is, I've been reading the comments that are coming in from the public, and there's a lot of, well, this is nice, but this would be better. And, conjecture and, brainstorming and things like that. So I want to ask while you're up here, just to anticipate more discussion around that. Are there any other roads that you're considering adding bike facilities to in Palo Alto?
Well, we only own, that's the state owns the El Camino Real only.
Thank you. So I just wanted to make that's
really the only
clear.
Piece of real estate we own.
Yeah, because we're hearing some speculations of other things we could do that would be better for bikes, and I think that's probably true, but it's outside the scope of your work.
It's outside the scope of Caltrans jurisdiction.
Thank you for clarifying.
Commissioner Aiken, I believe. Commissioner Smith.
What kind of dividers are you going to use on the road? I know that in Palo Alto, I see a lot of these new tandem bikes with babies and moms and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just curious what kind of dividers will be used on the street.
I believe it's the normal channelizers. It's between the bike within the buffer lane, but Sergio, you want to add to it if you know? I mean the specific.
Yeah, I think that detail hasn't been fully fleshed out in our plan set, but the idea is to move toward flexible channelizers where there is that space that allows for a buffer, and so they would be at regular intervals. And the thing with flexible channelizers is if they do get hit by bicyclists, it's not like a hard object, so it does give way a bit.
I think what Sergio said, it's some similar flexible channelizers that will accommodate if somebody hit him, but that's what he said. It's channelizers that will be raised and flexible to move around. And this is
there a sample or picture of what a channelizer looks like in a presentation anywhere?
I think there is. Sergio, yeah. We'll provide the detail. I think that's.
Slide page 76.
I want to say slide 23 might have that shown, if it's in the same order as the slide deck that I have.
I'm just wondering.
Okay.
I actually know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Here. Yeah, those.
You gotta let the chair speak.
I'll focus on. If you have a question, we'll come to you. Is that, Commissioner? Is that?
Thank you so much. That's such great clarity for me. Thank you.
Were they speaking? Oh, okay. Thank you for that answer. And just to remind the members of the public that are here that there'll be a time for you to speak and ask questions and make statements. Is that all, Commissioner Smith?
That was it.
Okay. Commissioner Chang?
Sure, I've got a couple of questions. So there was a breakdown of bike crashes into 3 categories: failure to yield, going the wrong way, and then red light violations. I guess this question, I think it was Mr. Young who presented that to us. I'm not sure.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So a question for Mr. Young. Do you have the breakdown of what % of those 33 accidents fell into each of those categories?
Yes, I do. Just if you can give me a second here, let me pull that up.
Sure, no problem.
So for driver's failure to yield, 10 out of 33. Bicyclists riding against traffic, 13 out of 33. And then red light violation, 4 out of 33.
Great, thanks. That's very helpful. Especially since bike lanes are proposed as a solution. So that will help with the bikes going against traffic. My second question is, do you know for the design, or at least the draft design, what kind of proportion of the new bike lanes would be class 4 versus a lower class? Because my understanding is class 4 is the safest, correct? But the most separated.
That's correct.
Okay.
I don't have offhand, but I will be happy. Sergio, do you have any or? Yeah,
or even a rough estimate, like 2/3, 4-1, whatever it is. So
yeah, the reason it's a draft because those what present today might be changing tomorrow because of the comments we got. So but Sergio, if you have some initial numbers, that would be great.
Unfortunately, I don't have a breakdown of how much of this will be class 4 versus class 2, but yeah, I think significant portions will need to be class 2 where there are conflict zones like at the bus stops and at driveways and intersection approaches. I would hesitate to give a number just because we haven't really summed that up yet.
Okay, thanks. And then next question is, I noticed that there was a footnote in our staff report about the DIB 94 design guidelines for complete streets. And the timing of the draft proposal for bike lanes is very close to that of the release of the DIB 94 guidelines. And I had heard from a member of the public that it doesn't look like parts of the proposal, notably intersections, are compliant with DIB 94. So I wanted to ask Caltrans staff if the draft design is compliant everywhere with those or does it meet those guidelines?
The DIB 94, actually, it has been released in the final, and Caltrans, as we speak, they are actually, we're trying also to adjust because this is a broader, it's not made for El Camino, it's made for the state of California. So we're trying to adjust where it is apply and where is it fits with the compliance. And we heard this comment in the last couple of meetings, public meetings, and we've taken it and we're going to evaluate this one. And we will run our own workshop and make sure that we also satisfy both DIB 94 and the highway design manual that also it's the ground for all other safety and the lane width and other design geometric.
Okay, thank you. So if I'm to paraphrase, it's that that Caltrans is not 100% sure of the answer, that evaluation or comparison of the various guidelines has not yet been made for the current draft design.
Okay. That's correct.
And is that because this is a draft?
No, it's no longer a draft, but during the work progress, everything it came at the same time. So the draft we have today, we need to revisit the DIB 94 to make sure it's in compliance.
And you will do that because your intention is to be compliant?
We want to do the right thing too.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying, because I wasn't sure where we were in the process with respect to the draft plans. And then my final question is, I know that this is tentatively scheduled to go before our city council, and our city staff has asked in letters to Caltrans, what happens if our city council doesn't agree to remove parking spaces? And I just want to know what happens then.
You know, and I hope I don't want to speculate, and I think I think we're going around and we presented the fact and factual, and we have a safety concern today, and we have a liability. I hope we'll continue working with the city on coming up with a solution, but I'll be honest, I don't know what exactly our legal obligations are after if the city said yes or no. That will remain with Caltrans to decide. But again, this is what we're trying to avoid, and I think hopefully we're doing enough clarification for the outstanding items, and hopefully that will make it easier on the city council to decide. But
thank you so much, Mr. Sala.
Okay, Chair Eberly.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a few questions. First, in the plan, you talked about sharrows and where the buses are going to come in and stop and how the bikes then have to share that space with the buses. I was wondering if you have data on how many of those accidents were bus-related accidents, first of all. Do we know?
Rick, do you hear the question?
Yeah, I did. So the 33 crashes that I have mentioned, none of them involve transit buses.
Great. And the other question that I have is, I mean, El Camino still will be a 3-lane road. And how are these bikes going to go from the right bike lane to make left turns? They'll have to cross all those lanes. I'm just trying to think through how, as a biker, how feasible that is. And does that defeat the point? I just don't know, because there's so many intersections on El Camino. How do you stay on the right lane for long? Yeah. I don't know.
The challenge will remain if you put it on the right side or the left side, somebody gonna cross something. But I believe there's some of the details. Sergio, I remember there's a few details that will facilitate the crossing.
Yeah, I think
just
with
want
our
to add
draft
one thing.
plan,
I'm sorry, Sergio. We also are enhancing and upgrading all the crosswalk through the all intersections through the whole corridor to the most updated and with the signage, with APSs, so we also have that to facilitate the crossing for both. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Sergio.
Yeah, so one of the strategies that we're utilizing that's incorporated in our draft plans is particularly on multi-lane roadways where a lot of bicyclists just don't feel comfortable merging across 3 lanes of traffic, is to facilitate 2-stage left turns, is what we call it, where bicyclists can stay on the right side, they'll cross an intersection at the green, but then they'll pivot to turn left or orient themselves to turn left and wait for the next signal cycle to go straight. And so we're doing that by installing or proposing 2-stage left turn boxes, which are these designated markings that indicate to bicyclists where they can position themselves to make those left turns. So we've proposed those at strategic locations where there are crossing bike facilities or to access parallel facilities like the Stanford Perimeter Trail. But we've gotten a lot of feedback on left turns, and so we're currently looking into other potential locations to include these as well.
Okay, thank you. That makes total sense, and it does seem that it's a safer way to cross. Thank you. Let me see. I have a question. Well, let me stick with this topic. Now, at what stage are Mountain View and Los Altos, and is it all going to look the same?
Yes, actually, the project we're talking about, unfortunately, sometimes we have to name the cities, but it's one contract, one project. At the end of the day, it is supposed to look similar as nobody knows which town you are in.
Okay.
Hopefully.
And now there are several RV dwellers and vehicle dwellers on El Camino, and I see what the proposal is. Have you heard back from that part of the community? What's the feedback you're getting? And is Caltrans working on other places for them to go?
Actually, the parking on the street parking in general is gonna. We're looking at it two different stages, sort of, because it's an active construction zone. If tomorrow construction they're gonna go dig and repair a sidewalk, they need to have a space to do construction. So we do have a monthly meeting with all the stakeholders that include City of Palo Alto, Mountain View, the county, Los Altos, and provide 3 weeks ahead schedule for upcoming construction. And Caltrans will post the signs to say no parking zone within 2 weeks ahead of the time, in addition to that communication with the cities. Now, regarding the permanent situation is our Caltrans liaison for such a thing, we've been in contact with the city of Palo Alto and the county, and I believe they are working, or at least start working on some kind of plan. You know, as I said, Caltrans, we didn't own an inch after this El Camino. So it has to be a regional, it has to be a local effort to accommodate for the next step.
Okay, so you are relying on the cities and I guess the counties to work to.
We are talking to the city and the county, and we start the conversation a little bit ahead. Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Melissa McDonough, assistant to the city manager. I can provide you a little more information on that. When we learned of the 3-step plan, notification to the county, continuum of care, which the continuum of care is sort of a shorthand for the folks that help out to get people who are unhoused into housing and services. That was a 2-week notice, and then 72-hour notice, and then CHP. We reached out to the county ourselves. We've also reached back out to Caltrans. We've met with a structured community group that meets once a month. Some people on your commission and some people in this room have attended that meeting to try to bring together resources to come up with a collective impact answer to this. We are also meeting internally to see if there's any resources the city can bring to bear to, at minimum, improve the notification, try and get more information to people sooner, and see if we can find a place for people to, if people are displaced, for them to relocate to. One other thing I'd like to mention, I believe on Zoom this evening, there is the executive director of Carrot School Foundation, Evelyn, and she has sort of a direct connection with the portions of our neighbors that live in vehicles in El Camino. I'm not sure if she's going to be speaking tonight, but I did see her on Zoom.
Thank you. I think those are all my questions for now. Thank
you. All right. And forgive me again, I can't always tell whose light's on because of our generous number of commissioners tonight. It's either Aiken or Stimler. And then Stimler, I have you on later also. So then the order would be Aiken, Liu, and then Stimler.
Thank you, Chair. I have what should be a fairly straightforward question, but I find the more I think of it, is not, and that's the high percentage of accidents that are a result of travel against the flow of traffic.
Excuse me, Commissioner, can you speak a little bit closer into, yeah, thank you.
So I have a question about the high percentage of accidents that have to do with travel against the flow of traffic. So is this, pose the questions and then get an answer at the end. Is this extended travel in a vehicular lane against the flow of traffic? Is this travel on a sidewalk that happens to be adjacent to a flow of traffic in the opposite direction? Is this the initiation or completion of a turning movement that causes you to be traveling against the flow of traffic briefly, or any of a number of other possibilities? And the reason I ask is to try and get a sense of how much improvement we could expect to have from a bike lane depending on the cause of this type of accident. Or are we simply going to end up with two-way bike lanes? Because anyone who's willing to travel against the flow of vehicular traffic would almost certainly be willing to go against the flow of bike traffic. So can you break down the nature of those accidents a little more carefully?
Hey, Rick, I hope you copied this as a simple question. I hope you copied the whole options. Have you?
Yeah, I heard it. So primarily, there are two types. Either bicyclists are riding on the roadway itself, going against the flow of traffic, or they may be riding on sidewalk, but going against the flow of traffic. But both of them, the primary issue we're concerned about is it makes it really difficult for someone in a vehicle to expect the sudden entry right into their immediate surrounding. And I think the bike lane that we're proposing, this is going to encourage more people riding with the flow, which makes more orderly traffic movement, and hopefully will lessen some of these surprises and confusion and make it safer.
All right, thank you. I'll probably have a follow-up in the next session on that.
But can I just add one thing to Rick also? It's great to have a facility, and I think what we're proposing is to enhance safety, not to eliminate. I mean, I hope that will take care of all the issues, but this is step one towards bigger thing. And if there's maybe additional education and phase 2 of the bike lane or additional improvement, that will actually, hopefully, that will continue enhancing the safety.
Okay. Commissioner Liu?
Thank you. I have a few quick clarifying questions.
Next. Thanks for mansplaining.
Firstly, I just want to be able to put the public comment we hear in perspective. What kind of outreach have we done with residents in RVs or small businesses in advance of this meeting, or what will we do in advance of the city council meeting in a few weeks? And this is both for city staff and or Caltrans.
As far as Caltrans, we already initiated the moment the project was awarded and approved to go to construction. We know it's going. We start the conversation with the city, and we talk about only, the project was approved in November of 2024, so it wasn't that long ago. So the conversation started and will continue, and as to see it fits with jointly with the city.
Oh yeah, sorry, to clarify, I mean, have we reached out to small businesses specifically or residents in RVs specifically before this meeting or before the city council meeting so that they can submit email comments or attend these meetings? I just want that context, both so I can encourage
sure
I done it and to just contextualize. Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is Melissa McDonough, Assistant to the City Manager. In our early conversations with Caltrans, we asked them to, and they assured us they were handing out leaflets to, leafleting each business along El Camino as their workers went down throughout the route. But this being Palo Alto, and we believe in making sure everyone is aware of what is going on, we reached out to 2 different trusted sources in the community. So a lot of the folks living in vehicles in El Camino are a vulnerable population and may not answer the door if you knock on it, or may not answer the door speaking English. We do have 2 nonprofit organizations that do not have a contract with the city or the county, but offered to, in their interactions with these community members, let them know what is being proposed, and to let them know about these opportunities to come out and learn more and share what they know. On top of that, I am working with our Economic Development Director to try and get a handle on what small businesses we think may be most impacted, we also reached out to the chamber to let them know about this work.
Thank you. I realize it may still be difficult to get public comment from some folks, but I really appreciate the outreach, and that's useful context. I'll try to squeeze in 2 quick clarification questions. So we've gotten public comments about the percent of accidents that consisted of people actually riding on El Camino versus people crossing El Camino at an intersection and being broadsided while crossing. The point about wrong way riders on sidewalks and roads is useful, but is there any other context or data you can share about the percent of accidents that consisted of people riding on El Camino versus crossing?
Rick, do you have?
Yeah, I can probably say something about that. So I would say roughly 2/3 of those crashes happen at intersection, and half of them were people crossing or riding on El Camino, and they're crossing the side street. And then the other half, they're riding from the side street and crossing El Camino. So it's a mixture of both. It's not just one type versus the other. We've seen both types.
Thank you. That's really useful and helps clarify some comments that I've seen that say that these won't be useful because the broadside incidents are happening from people crossing El Camino, not people riding on El Camino. And so I think that's useful context for us. And finally, one very specific question. I sent several questions about the specific design and safety features in a doc/email previously. I just want to confirm one point there that was a little bit ambiguous. In one of my questions, I highlighted how a section of Sheridan converts from a bike lane to Sharrows and then a bike lane again in the span of maybe a few dozen feet. And in the reply I got on that question, it seemed kind of ambiguous whether you were saying that Sharrows will continue to be there or whether a Class 2 bike lane will actually be applied there. Can you clarify that?
Hey, Sergio.
Sure. Yeah, so our preference by far is to make sure that we can provide continuity in the bike lanes that we propose. And there are a couple sections, particularly in a couple of major intersections with multiple turn lanes, where that real estate is very constrained. And the draft plans that we've shared do include Sharrows at a couple of those approaches. We're still looking into what other potential options there might be to provide that continuity and try to avoid that situation where at all possible, because we recognize that's definitely not an ideal situation. And it would greatly improve the project if we do provide that continuity. So we definitely recognize that, and we're still kind of working internally to see how that can be addressed.
Okay, got it. So I thought I saw in the reply that the reply from Caltrans said that in the context of this Sheridan Sharrow, that all lane widths will be reduced to 11 feet and a Class 2 bike lane will be placed there. And I'm guessing that that is not actually in reference to Sheridan, but kind of referencing more generally that you'll put Class 2 bike lanes where you can. And
okay. Yeah, I believe that is the case, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Stimler, followed by Commissioner Heckman. And then I have another light down at that end, and it's Commissioner Smith again. Okay.
All right. Thank you all. Many of my questions have already been answered, so thank you to the other commissioners for asking those. Page 60, it shows that 42% of the accidents were due to other violations. That's the majority of accidents. We don't know what is causing them or what kind of violations they involved. Is there any more information than that?
Rick, can you, I thought, yeah.
Yeah, certainly. So those are the actual coding that came from the traffic collision report. And I think I try to put a little more context to that when I break them down into a different crash pattern. So for example, some of them, could be, bicyclists riding against a flow of traffic, and it doesn't really show up as that specific item. Sometimes they just fall under other violation.
Yeah, okay, thanks. And then the other question was around, this might have to do with Commissioner Liu's question as well, but driveways, you had talked a number of particular challenges on El Camino. I think we've talked about, the turn lanes, the speed, the bus stops, but we haven't gotten much detail about what you're doing around the driveways. Is that where the channelized lane will then become a category 2 lane?
I think this is what we committed to go back and evaluate. We heard, because due to the frequency of the driveways into the Camino. So we're going to go ahead and evaluate. And we heard from previous sessions that there's a certain concern. So we'll be re-evaluating what we're doing, and hopefully we could improve. Sergio, anything you want to add into that?
Yeah, just in terms of the best practice for when we have these vertical separators is at major intersection approaches, we would want to have a class 2 bike lane at those approaches, because there would be a lot of motorists turning right, and you don't want to have a situation with right hook collisions potentially. With driveways that are generally low volume, you can keep that vertical separation up to the driveway if you're not expecting a lot of right turns. But we did hear a lot of feedback, like Nick was mentioning, particularly from at least 1 or 2 members from the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee from Palo Alto, concerns about those driveway treatments. So we are revisiting that and just looking to see if there's any way we can refine that.
And this is probably a really dumb question, but I'm going to ask it. If a business desperately needs parking in front of it, which some businesses do, some businesses involve carrying large bags of goods, or maybe it's a doctor's office. Are there any options that those businesses could propose or that could be done for those businesses? What, if anything, where, if anywhere, is there wiggle room for those businesses in this situation?
We have not heard any specific request, but on top of my head, I mean, that can be treated as loading zone, and whatever the city could permit through their local zoning. I mean, that's another option that Caltrans have delegated to the city. I'm not pushing the solution to the city yet. I hope nobody misunderstood what I said, but it has to be a joint with the, reevaluating local zoning.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Kraus.
I have a couple of questions for you. Thank you for the answers on the RV dwellers, which continue to keep me up at night. What about the safe school routes? What is the cost going to be to upgrade those? Have we done the calculations around them? The one I'm most familiar with is El Camino Way, and the tens of bikes that just go through in the Charleston exit. What have we done in that area so that we don't demolish what we've achieved?
My understanding of the basic safe to school routes, actually, it goes from school to the other end somewhere else. And I think El Camino, it's part of it. So Caltrans will work with the city. If there is any designated route that we could improve safety, but we need to know which route. I don't think.
They cross El Camino on the way to Gun in particular.
So, Nick, I can add to that.
Sure, please.
The Safe Route to School program is more geared towards the local. So when the Safe Route to School crosses state facility, we try to work with our local partner and facilitate with the high visibility crosswalk, pedestrian hybrid beacon, and that type of strategy. So that safe route to school, if city of Palo Alto, if planning to apply for that program grant, state will be more than happy to provide support and work with the city for the particular route that intersects with El Camino Real.
I have a list from the community of 12 intersections, and I'm happy to make them available to you. They want to understand how they'll change, what the cost is associated with that, and what the overall impact will be. And I'm happy to share, but I think you've probably seen them from this, community member. Moving on, what about disability handicap parking? Have we done any thinking of the impact of these plans on people that can't walk very far, that need to be able to get out of their cars and not have a curb that's suddenly larger? Have we done our homework with the disability community?
We will continue working with the city. I mean, we'll continue working with the city on this. We haven't, hasn't been identified yet as part of the process, but I think we'll work with the city on options.
There are doctor's offices on El Camino. There are services for the disabled. Please look into this. I've gotten calls about that. What's going to happen? How can I get to my doctor's office? What do I have to do? It's a huge concern. Sure. We want everybody to bike, but we want people to be able to walk safely and get into the facilities. I had other questions about surveying the small businesses that Commissioner Liu raised as well. I know you've done leaflets, but do people really understand the impact of this? Have you gotten feedback?
This is our third engagement session and open to public. The first one, it was, I think we tracked more than 75 people. And I understand and believe that the message has been communicated across section of all El Camino. And I trusted that the business community we have reached in one way or other as far as of what's going on. And that was in partnership with the city, I have to admit. And again, we'll continue. We'll look forward to working with the city to mitigate, whatever we can help. I understand that, and I fully onboard what you're saying. And I understand the constraint too. It just, you cannot provide one thing and leave it just, but we'll be happy to work with the city on a daily basis and in all levels.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Krause. So now we have Commissioner Smith and then Commissioner Templeton.
The one thing that I think is missing from tonight's discussion is, has Caltrans done this project in any of the municipality? What's been the impact? What is the current thinking and methodology in city and civil planning around this? Because I often find sometimes we suffer from terminal uniqueness in Palo Alto. We always want to reinvent the wheel. And I would just love to hear if there, and I'm sure you have the whole team online, like, is there increase in business because of walkability and bike travel, or is there decrease given all of the methodology out there? Is there increased safety? Is there increased community activity? Is there walking? Like, what is the best thinking in civil engineering right now around bike paths? And even as you talk about things like doctor's office, I'm just trying to understand, like, what is the best methodology? Because you guys came up with this plan and probably done it. I think it was 2012 when the initial report came out from the state to drive this forward. So I'd love to hear what you guys are thinking. What is the best methodology and experience at this point?
To implement the bike lane, just to understand your question.
Implementation and impact.
I can speak to that.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, go. I'll just start with, there's been an evolution, especially within the California Department of Transportation, in terms of how we look at accommodating people walking, biking, driving, whatever mode. I think over the last decade, it's gone from, providing any kind of lane dedicated for bicyclists. So like we're looking at what we now refer to as Class 2 bike lanes. We have those now in place in like the city of Gilroy, up in Sonoma County. There are a few places where that's actually been implemented already throughout the Bay Area district that I work in. Not enough examples to do like a full-blown study of like what's the impact to businesses, safety, but there have been some national studies that show bike lanes do increase safety. They do actually support businesses, but it's hard. It's always apples to oranges. Every community is different. Every project is different, and then the evolution has kind of shifted toward really focusing on low stress facilities. So adding a bike lane alone really doesn't attract the bicycle ridership that we want to see to support our goals. We really have to have some kind of separation from traffic, especially in roadways like El Camino. So that's kind of the focus or the priority that we have now. And so we have a lot of projects that are in development that are kind of shifting toward those kinds of facilities. But to be honest, a lot of them have not been built yet, just because developing projects takes a long time within Caltrans. But we do have a lot of them that are kind of on the way. Hopefully that partially addresses your questions, but I know it's kind of there's still a lot we're looking to do on that regard.
Can I just add to Sergio? In every project Caltrans implement as an owner of the right of way, we've been asked to implement, and I think we've been approached by all locals to implement the complete street and the bike lane, and this is the opportunity. So we always, in every project, Sergio mentioned the 152 downtown Gilroy, until now it is like 10, 15 years. And every project, actually, we ask the question, we reach out to the community in every single project. This is not the last one, and we can continue. We are going to, through the corridor, whenever there's an opportunity. I think there's could be funding an opportunity, or actually the timing opportunity, or in this case, the safety opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I realize we're running out of time. So I just wanted to thank Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Krause for their questions. I would add that Mountain View and Los Altos have been working on this plan in detail for years with Caltrans, and it was not something that our city pursued until Caltrans said, we're doing it for everybody else. Can we do it for you too? And I think that's a really important way to look at this, as an opportunity for us to take the benefit of the study that our neighbors and colleagues have implemented and worked on. And if we can have those facilities too, I think that's what you're offering, right? The same kind of. So then the question that Commissioner Krause asked got me thinking as well. Like, I know this sounds like a very basic question, but we're trying to cover the concerns. When we have change in Palo Alto, sometimes we have concerns. So we're trying to address those, and I'm just going to be really explicit. Do you believe that the facilities that you're planning to implement will be compliant with ADA laws?
Well, you talk about the bike lane, or that
people will be able to access their services some way or another that's compliant with the law.
Yeah, and I think one of the scope of the work is the upgrade of the ADA, and when I say ADA is the ramps onto the signals and the crosswalk and the side slope of the sidewalks, and all that comes with it. Yes, definitely, will be in compliance with ADA.
Thank you.
Because that was.
Well, it's important for our community to hear it explicitly. Yeah. So we ask these questions for those reasons.
No, thank you. No, I think I want to assure you. And I think that's our goal too.
Thank you. And I realize that we may not get through back another chance after public comment. So I would just say that I I live right off of El Camino. I use it every day. I cross it on the bike, on foot, with the car. I've seen collisions. I've seen people with near misses. I recognize that there's a safety issue, and it means a lot to me that we have all of our different government agencies at every level, city, state, county, working on making it safer. So thank you.
Okay, Chair Eberly.
Thank you. Quick question. I was just going through the slides again, and one of them was particularly interesting to me, which is slide number 6, which is packet page 49, and it shows bike lanes in Albany that are very different from what you're implementing here, but look very safe to me. Is this something you considered for El Camino? Yes, and why?
Do you mind show the slide number 6?
Yes, I believe it's Director's Policy 37, Complete Streets. It's just a photo that you chose. It's from San Pablo Avenue in Albany, and it shows a totally separate bike lane, two-way bike lane.
I won't focus too much on the picture.
But it's interesting to me.
Sergio, do you recall any details of the picture?
Yeah, I can speak to that just briefly. So this image is showing a short two-way cycle track on San Pablo Avenue within the city of Albany. And this was developed through a local development project. So the bikeway itself fronts the parcels of that development, and it's really intended to connect two bike boulevards or bike facilities that are perpendicular to the highway. And so it's just a short jog. And it was funded through the local developer and not through our State Highway Operation and Protection Program, which is a program that we utilize to fund paving projects. So different program, but we do like to show this image because you're right, it does illustrate a low stress bike facility, showing the two-way bikeway there.
Oh, I see.
And is this something that could not be implemented here?
Not as part of a repaving project, since our project primarily focuses like from curb to curb, as well as ADA improvements.
Yeah, and it could be part of this picture. It could be majority. It's in the city right of way too, since Sergio they paid for it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I am not seeing any other lights, and I wanted to remind everyone that the HRC will not have a quorum any longer, so cannot. Are you going to have a quorum past 8 o'clock? Oh, okay, new news. Okay, all right, so regardless of that, we are going to go to the public. Oh, okay, one last question.
So does Caltrans have any other funding buckets to use on the street grading at the same time? Because and I'm not a civil engineer, but it sounds like you're taking advantage of a budget that does just repaving the street and we're going to put in some bike lanes. But if it's a priority for the state to do bike lanes, are there any other grants, funding channels, anywhere else that funds can be found to do more like the work that Commissioner Eberly highlighted at Albany? I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, I think I'm trying to, there's also, it has nothing to do with civil engineer. It's a banker's question, who own the money. In the case of this particular project, Mountain View, they have their own money contributed to the project to accommodate the improvement. For this project, we get a funding opportunity from the federal to enhance safety. That's specific to that. But Caltrans, as part complete street component, we will do our best to accommodate the bike lane. Now, Sergio, do you know if we have a separate funding if we're gonna do only bike lanes? And I believe there is somewhere, but very limited.
Yeah, I mean, there are state and federal funding programs that could be used to provide, more robust bike facility improvements. But we're talking about in terms of cost, the order of magnitude of 10 times or greater in terms of cost. And we really do rely on partnerships with local and county agencies to prioritize those investments. I think a good example is VTA is looking at developing the Central Bikeway, which would include very robust bike facilities on a separate portion of El Camino within the city of Santa Clara through city of San Jose. And so we'd be working with them to try to pursue that funding. Those projects tend to take many, many more years to try to fund basically and develop. And so we'll continue looking for those opportunities all along El Camino, not just within Santa Clara, but not just within the city of Santa Clara with VTA, but with all the other jurisdictions, because we do see definitely seeing the benefits of really continuing to make improvements beyond just the scope of this paving project.
I want to also add to, since you mentioned VTA, I believe actually VTA Measure B has a portion of the measure designated for bike lane improvement for the local agencies. And we'll work with the city of anybody through our local assistant to inform you with any grant opportunity.
Okay, I am not seeing any other lights now, so I'm going to go ahead and ask Ms. Dow. It looks like we have 7 speakers from the public now. Or maybe we got 8 now.
Should I make a room here? So
oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please. Okay. Thank you so much. So, okay, so we'll take comments from the public now, and you will have each 3 minutes. Okay, first, but I did want to bring something up before we start, which is that will conclude the time that HRC was planning to be here. I understand they have a quorum, so we're going to have to decide both, commissions if we want to stay long past 8, or you have a quorum, so you can, or we have other things on our agenda. We'll have to kind of decide what we want to do. So why don't we go ahead and call the public speakers, please?
Yes, first is Rosemary Wick-Stevens.
Hi, can you hear me? Oops.
I'll pick it up.
Oh. Hello, can you hear me? Okay. For the past 30 years, I've peacefully pedaled my 3-speed bike with its wicker basket through the beautiful tree-lined streets of Palo Alto. Over the years, I've covered approximately 100,000 miles. Last August, on my way to the farmer's market, I crossed University Avenue and had the right-of-way. And I came to the center of the intersection, and a distracted driver turned and drove his black SUV into me and pushed me and my bicycle up University. I wondered if I was taking my last breath. My bike tipped and I fell onto University Avenue. Ouch, it's hard. I always wondered if I ever got into a serious incident with riding my bike, would anyone notice? Would anyone help me? Would anyone really care? On that day, I found out, while this bike SUV collision was happening, another driver was waiting in the cross traffic and witnessed this horrific event. He stopped what he was doing and he helped me, and soon others helped me as well. Thank goodness for their attentive and thoughtful, these attentive and thoughtful people. For them, I'm very grateful. While my life was interrupted on that day, it was not ended. However, Sarah Mueller and Maria Elise Jabon, they were not so lucky. In 2 separate incidents, each riding bicycles, they were killed by drivers of automobiles. Sarah on Embarcadero Road at Newell in Palo Alto, and Maria on Foothill Expressway. The losses of these 2 very capable young women, they're gut-wrenching tragedies. We now have ghost cycle and white cycle bikes at the corner where Sarah was killed by a motorist, and it's a somber reminder of her death. I biked over there to pay tribute and to take a few photos. And while doing so, I witnessed a car running a red light. Why are you still allowing cars to run red lights without consequence? Where is the enforcement? Today, you'll consider an opportunity to propose these proposed changes on El Camino to remove parking spaces and convert the space to dedicated bike lanes. This bold offer from Caltrans is an excellent first step to establish bike lanes along El Camino. As I understand it, the proposal is for basic lanes, which includes green road paint, signage, and a few poles. I think that's a good first step, but it's certainly not adequate. As traffic zooms by at 35 miles per hour or more, a protective bike infrastructure is necessary, along with driver-biker education and enforcement. Please do what you can to keep us safe and biking. Biking is good for the community. It's good for the planet. And you have a choice.
Thank you for your time.
Next is Carol Mueller.
Thank you. I'm Carol Mueller, a longtime resident of Palo Alto, a driver, cyclist, former bike commuter, retired now. It's great to see bike lanes finally coming to El Camino. It's long overdue, along with the paving. I don't know if any of you have tried to ride a bike on El Camino recently. It's really bumpy. It can only be an improvement, and I encourage all of you who are involved in decision making to move forward, take advantage of this opportunity. I understand it's not perfect, it's short term in some ways, but it's absolutely a good step forward. Cycling, as Rosemary said, makes for healthier communities and people, less pollution, fewer cars on the road, less wear and tear, increased fitness, health, mental health. We have a superb environment here in terms of the weather, in terms of the topography, and we should be a super bicycle-friendly community. That said, in recent years, cycling has become far more dangerous, principally, as you heard tonight, due to worsening driver behaviors, speeding, inattention, lack of knowledge of the laws and the rights of cyclists and drivers alike. I know that Caltrans has in its mission increased driver education. Continuing effort with driver education was mentioned tonight. I didn't hear any plans about it. I don't know what's happening with that. I feel as if we need a regional with all the different jurisdictional leaders, policymakers coordinating to have a concerted effort to try to turn that around. In Silicon Valley, we love that slogan, move fast, break things. Please, let's not do that to our people. We need to slow down and be more mindful and be more attentive. We need enforcement. And that's, I guess, my main message. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Albert Henning.
Hi, thank you. I'm a longtime bicycle commuter, bicycle rider, car driver. I first started commuting on bike from Fair Oaks near 101 to the intersection of Bowers and Central in 1979. I've also done a lot of commuting from our home in the Duveneck area to out near Facebook. And I've also done a lot of commuting all the way down to Campbell from our home here in Palo Alto using both the road systems as well as a combination of Caltrain and VTA. So I would like to make a statement about what El Camino is. It's a state highway. And in my mind, the principal purpose of a state highway is transportation. It's not parking and it's not housing. And I may sound a little insensitive on that, but I also am a Palo Alto resident. And I know that we are already highly sensitive to the issues of displaced people and are working diligently and avidly to find alternatives for RVs and similar housing situations so that people can work their way through that or live that way if that's their wish. But I don't think it's appropriate myself that El Camino be a housing location. So I think we can accommodate both of those purposes. Last comment I want to make is I'm really in favor of this design, and I encourage the city of Palo Alto to adopt what Caltrans is proposing, because a uniformity of the corridor presented to both drivers and cyclists will encourage more cyclists. We'll actually get more human beings flowing down the transportation corridor and ideally fewer cars. The whole thing will be safer. Cyclists will be presented with a uniformity of transitions. Right now, if you ride along El Camino, you're dealing with parked cars, you're dealing with driveway access, you're dealing with a lot of cars coming in and out. It's mind-boggling. If you can stick to a bike lane, then your mindset becomes, you have fewer decisions to make, and your corpus, your body is safer. Similarly, you're changing the mindset of drivers because they become more familiar with the bike lanes, and it becomes normative, and it changes the entire community mindset incrementally, which is where, in my opinion, we need to be working toward day after day and year after year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Scott Maith.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. As this commission knows well, solving one problem often introduces other problems. I am a lifelong lawful cyclist, former chair of the San Mateo County Bikeways Committee, life member of the Silicon Valley Bike Coalition, frequent visitor and occasional cyclist in Palo Alto. I stay at the Zen Hotel and witness the incredible ridership of school kids on Mabel Avenue, and I'm a current resident of Monterey County. This multi-city bike lane on El Camino Real will be an attractive facility. Complete streets appears to be silent on the presence of driveways. In 1974, I crashed while bicycling. It was a broadside crash at a driveway conflict zone in Santa Clara. I ended up on the hood of a car, turning left into the driveway, and my bike was crushed under the car's wheels. Fortunately, I was okay. A bike lane would not have helped prevent my crash, but fewer driveways might have. Green paint on bike lanes is not enough of a mitigation or awareness factor for motorists. The role of this planning commission may be to follow up on regulating or eliminating driveways on El Camino Real so it more closely resembles the safer grand boulevards of Europe, of which I am also bicycled. I am also aware of the surge of development activity on El Camino Real, which could mean more and busier driveways, and hence more conflict with cyclists, many of whom are now buying faster e-bikes. This planning commission would be well served to regulate and limit as many driveways as possible. Caltrans is going to defer on this question to the cities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Charlie.
Good evening, Commissioners. Charlie Wydans, President and CEO of the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for taking up this very important issue tonight, and thanks to Caltrans and city staff for all the work that you've done on this presentation and for your outreach. I just want to say that I know that leaflets were passed out, and I know city staff has done some outreach. We have not completed our outreach to the businesses yet. We still aren't completely understanding with the removal of some 600 parking spaces along El Camino, what will be the impact to their businesses for businesses that rely on a drop-off or a pickup, or as it was mentioned earlier, for people with disabilities or have accessibility issues that want to get in and out conveniently. So again, I was here more to listen this evening, but I did want to let you know that, and I appreciate all of the comments that were made tonight, but from the business community, from the Chamber of Commerce's perspective, we haven't yet finished our outreach, and we still, as Commissioner Smith said, we don't know what the impact is going to be to the businesses. And I know there's no businesses here yet, or here tonight. And again, I think it's still that we have outreach to do with them to really understand what the impact is. So again, thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for addressing this issue tonight.
Thank you.
Next is Matt Bryant.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Dr. Matt Bryant. I'm a cyclist, bike commuter, and I've got 2 kids that bike to school at Gunn as well as Fletcher. So I've experienced all of the cycling routes around Palo Alto and throughout the Bay Area. I've had many opportunities to ride on El Camino, and I just want to point out some key areas that I know that my children do, in fact, cross El Camino on the safe routes to school. They also attend soccer matches near Stanford at the soccer fields there, as well as the ones on Page Mill and El Camino. And there's really not great infrastructure to get bicycles in and out of there because there's no bike lanes that go there directly. So oftentimes kids are riding on the sidewalks or across the crosswalks, which is okay, but also parents are driving them instead. So then you've got long lines of car traffic going in and out of those locations. I just want to say also that, cycling is in fact a very healthy thing for the community. It's great for mental health for, again, all of our students out there. It's a good way to just sort of put everything else out of your mind and just think about the road and the ride. Public health is a big issue. We know today, as I do work in healthcare, the #1 reason for liver transplant is fatty liver disease as a result of steatohepatitis. Diet and exercise is the best way to take care of that. And the more opportunities we have to allow people to get out there, to walk, to cycle, to just enjoy the community, the better. I just want to make another point with regards to bicycling. When we think about handicap and parking, I did have to take my large dog all the way down El Camino to past Los Altos today, and I parked on El Camino. As far as I can tell, there's no handicap parking anywhere on El Camino. You can't even open a door on El Camino. As I tried to get out of my car today and then subsequently get my dog out of the car, it was very difficult. So I think having this type of bicycling is good. And many of the businesses also do have their own parking lots along El Camino. And one last thing about the housing, the infrastructure of housing that's been being put in along El Camino today, there's not enough parking for the apartments that you're building. And so many times, like there's a place on Palo Alto or El Camino Real and Page Mill. It doesn't have enough parking, yet these people are supposed to ride out of their home, and there's no way for them to ride except ride out onto El Camino Real or onto Oregon Expressway / Page Mill. So it really doesn't make sense. So having a bike lane is the right thing to do, and I support bike lanes in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on Zoom, I know we have one group speaker from Ken Kirschner. I have Natalie in the chambers, but if you can also let us know the 3 other people in your group.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I have several other people: Frank Vigiano, Catherine Dumont, Patrick Franks, April Webster.
Are they all on Zoom or in the room physically?
I believe we have at least 5 of them on Zoom.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
He has a short presentation.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ken Kirschner. I'm an advocate and volunteer with the Silicon Valley Bike Coalition. I'd like to share with you some canvassing that Catherine Dumont and I have conducted over the last 2 months, specifically to understand what businesses' concerns were along El Camino. Next slide. So we created a database of the Palo Alto ECR businesses. This is just an image of that database. I actually have a link to the live database. It covers hundreds of businesses. And we're trying to capture not only the addresses, the number of spaces on El Camino in front of that business, but also the number of parking spaces off of El Camino available to that business. And then where it was possible, we conducted a friendly conversation with the staff or the owner of those businesses, just trying to understand what their concerns were and generate the ability to contact them in the future. Next slide. So some of the results of that is we focused immediately on the southern part of El Camino and then worked our way northward. To date, and we're not completely done with this exercise, we found that there were 161 parking spaces in front of those businesses and over 1,300 off El Camino. So roughly a 9-to-1 ratio, and that does not include the side streets that were available near many of the businesses. And so far, there are 4 businesses without much ECR parking. I'll name them there. There are more in the Evergreen Park area, specifically around the residential parking permit program with the dentists and the orthodontists there. And many of those businesses have the parking for bicycles available because many of their clients arrive by bicycle there. You'll note in our database, we actually have seen many shared spaces where 2, 3, 4 businesses will share a parking space of 8 to 10 spaces off of El Camino. And that seems like a super efficient way to go about it. While we were out doing our canvassing conversations, we were partnered with the TMA program and we're distributing the Transit Pass postcards. And we've been able to generate a few applications to the businesses there. So could you click on the here link there? Okay, this is a link to the live Google Sheet that actually lists that. If you scroll down, you can see that there's actually hundreds of them. The pink blocks are where there's shared spaces between 3 or 4 businesses. And I use the spreadsheet math to create that 9-to-1 ratio. If you could go back. And then there are some videos because we were just out and wanted to share some of what the actual behavior was. Could you click on the video link? Okay, maybe scroll up and these will. This is some of the parking infrastructure for bikes around the dentist in Evergreen Park. I think if you can just scroll up and keep going. This is some of the bike traffic at Sarah and Park Avenue. Just keep scrolling up. More bike parking infrastructure around the dentist and the orthodontist. Keep going. This is a woman who came upon me and was riding on the sidewalk behind me. You can click on that link. She's actually rang her bell and asked me politely to get out of the way. So you see she's riding the wrong way on a very narrow sidewalk because that's the safest place for her to ride. Okay, go on. Let's save this guy for last if we have time. He's quite an interesting biker down in the Ernie's Liquor area. And has a very strong opinion about El Camino. It's another biker riding the wrong way on El Camino. Keep going down. Some of the RV parking around McDonald's, more bike parking in central Palo Alto. That's bikes parked inside Ernie's Liquor. Keep going. Keep going. And one more. One more. These are people walking their bikes in front of Barron Park Market. You can sort of see the access that they're using. We did get many business owners concerned. This is an interesting video. Please play that one. This is a scooter rider skirting the bike lane, going at a relatively high speed in the lane of traffic in the door zone. Go on. Go on. This is another scooter rider riding on the sidewalk near Hotel Nest. You sort of see them looking both ways, crossing the intersection, and then going with the flow of traffic up on the sidewalk. And I think that's about it. If you could go back. Okay, next slide. So some of the summary statements, the businesses really appreciated being made aware of Caltrans plans, and they were basically unaware of it prior to our conversations. Their top concern was the high speed of car and truck traffic, and they viewed the narrow lane designs as a potential plus if it slowed traffic down. Many of them noted that car and trucks block sight lines for customers and employees entering and exiting El Camino. And they noted that there were many near misses, some of them daily, as bicyclists use the sidewalk, riding in the wrong direction, surprising drivers that fail to look to the right. And bicyclists on the sidewalks also cause near misses when pedestrians are exiting a doorway. Many of the businesses noted that their employees park on El Camino and they reserve their off El Camino parking for customers. And they really appreciated the time to plan alternative parking. And then we've handed out lots of postcards. Next slide. This is a video of one of the wrong way bikers, just as an example. I don't know if you can click that link in there. This is down in front of the Hotel Cabana. We've noticed that there were several bikers riding e-bikes. So that is going to be a future concern as bike speeds generally speed up. Okay. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them, or I wanted to thank the commission for holding this the study session, and I appreciate the conversations we've had with the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Tim.
Thank you. Honorable Commissioners, my name is Tim Wee, and I bike to Palo Alto regularly to teach people how to bike, as well as to visit friends, attend events, shop, and eat. Palo Alto has done a great job creating some excellent bicycling infrastructure. Kudos and thank you. My friend Ellen Fletcher got you all going down a great bike boulevard, as it were. However, Palo Alto still has some gaps to fix. I do bike along El Camino to get to places. Bike lanes and narrowing car lanes in El Camino to reduce speed in Palo Alto are huge steps forward in making El Camino safer, both for people traveling along El Camino, as well as people crossing El Camino. Climate change, pollution, and deaths from traffic collisions are all serious problems that can be made better by encouraging more people to bike and walk everywhere and making driving a bit less convenient. Cars frequently kill others, bikes not so much. We need a fully built out network of safe bicycling routes to all destinations. Palo Alto is a leader in safe bicycling. Please keep it up and make El Camino Real a complete street and safer for everyone. It would be a tragedy if all the other cities get safe bike facilities along El Camino, but Palo Alto ends up as a large gap in this key route in our network. Don't miss out on this once in every 20-year chance to improve safety. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to remind everyone that if you gave your time for the group, you cannot speak again. So next speaker, please.
Next is Bruce Arthur.
Thank you very much. Let me get my notes up. I want to express my support for the plan from Caltrans to add bike lanes for the full length of El Camino. I think they've done a very thorough job looking at accidents and history, and adding bike lanes will make traveling safer. El Camino has a large number of businesses. It has some schools, and it has public service areas like soccer fields. Additionally, it has health providers that people want to visit, and some of us want to ride our bikes there. Additionally, as we look to the future and adding housing on El Camino, it will be even more important to make the street safe for cyclists who are living on or near El Camino and want to use that as a way to get around town. Additionally, removing the parking from El Camino will make it much easier for cyclists to move safely. It will also have the benefit of making it easier for car drivers to get in and out of driveways on El Camino, because removing the cars will improve the visibility for everybody, cyclists and drivers alike. Finally, I would like to see Palo Alto pursue adding speed cameras and red light cameras to provide an automated traffic enforcement system to make a roadway safer for cyclists, pedestrians, and drivers. There's no excuse for us not trying to make the speed limits lower and trying to get rid of people who run red lights. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Penny Ellison.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I first want to thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight and for studying this study session. I see that city staff has hastily implemented some parking counts, and though I thank them for doing that work, I'm disappointed that they were not able to do counts at El Camino Real segments near the Maybell and Los Robles intersections during school commute times. I have, in previous meetings on this subject, raised the concern that removal of El Camino Real parking at this location may cause parking to migrate to the El Camino Way school route that connects East Meadow to the two El Camino intersections I just mentioned. There's an existing problem on El Camino Way of automobiles illegally parking in bike lanes that students use to get to El Camino Real. The city has not been able to effectively and consistently do enforcement in this area. We may need a plan to mitigate a worsening parking problem here if we remove parking in that area. I'm not saying don't do it. Hear me that I'm saying I think we may need a mitigation plan. I'd like us to take a look at the potential problem, do some counts in that area. I am overall dismayed at Caltrans' overall failure to use this repaving opportunity to improve crossings of El Camino Real in every city on the corridor, not just Palo Alto, especially on school commute routes and at transit crossings. Paint, which is really all we're getting at these intersections, and plastic is a prayer. It's not a safety plan for people of all ages and abilities who have to cross this 6 or 7 lane, depending on where you are, a highway. At school routes, we really need, at some of our school routes, we need longer signal timing. As Caltrans has said, they'll look at it. I want to hear a commitment to make changes where they are needed on this. Young people have shorter legs. People with disabilities sometimes have difficulty getting across the street on a signal. And children can misjudge crossing times. So it would be very helpful to have protected pedestrian refuge islands in the middle of long intersections. So I asked at the last meeting for there to be a collaboration of both Caltrans and the city of Palo Alto to create wayfinding signage to help bicyclists who are less skilled navigate between the parallel bicycle boulevard and El Camino Real destinations. I view this honestly as an incomplete street plan. I think we have a lot of work to do at the intersections. And I hope that Caltrans will work on that and be true to their commitment to complete streets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Alan Wachtel.
All right. Sorry, there was a problem with muting. I'm a member of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, but that committee has not taken a position on this project, so I'm speaking only for myself. I have been critical of Caltrans in this project. I've submitted written comments to that effect, and I ask you to look at those at your convenience. I'll try not to repeat myself. I see some encouraging signs tonight, and I want to focus instead on those. Until tonight, Caltrans had not given us any information about how many of the 21 bike crashes that it cites occurred crossing El Camino and how many along it. Rick Young has given us information about that tonight. That's helpful. I'd still like to see causes, an analysis of the causes of the individual crashes in those 21 cases. It's not a lot to look at. It would be very informative and give us a much better idea of the countermeasures. I'd also like to see bike counts along and crossing El Camino Real so we don't have to guess. I've also been critical of class 4 bikeways. I know many people consider them low stress. I would consider them high stress because I recognize the conflicts that they could create at driveways and intersections. Again, I'm very glad to hear Sergio and Nick tonight acknowledging those conflicts and committing themselves to address them. I would encourage them to look not just at DIB 94, which is really a planning document, but at DIB 89, Class 4 Bikeway Design Guidance. It's far from being perfect, but it has a lot of useful information. Communication between Caltrans and the city has also been spotty and irregular, and it's much better tonight. And again, I appreciate that from Caltrans. One final note on that bikeway that we saw in Albany. When I look at that, it immediately raises a lot of red flags about the design, but I see that those conflicts are resolved by separate bicycle signal phases. So separate signal phases are one tool that you have to resolve turning conflicts at intersections. They introduce delay for both bicyclists and motorists. Because of the delay, there are also issues of compliance, but I encourage you to consider those two at complicated intersections like El Camino and Pagement. So again, encouraging signs from Caltrans tonight. I hope they keep up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Emil Abraham.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Open my notes. Okay. Yeah, I am absolutely in support of these bike lanes. Thank you very much, Caltrans, for your hard work and being proactive and reaching out to Palo Alto. El Camino has a bright future if we have people like you guys considering all users of this corridor, not just cars, right, that go up and down this whole peninsula. So it would be an absolute shame if Palo Alto missed out on this opportunity and got these bike paths. So I love hearing that Caltrans is in support of maybe a future road diet. I know you've considered it for this plan. A road diet helps pave the path towards dedicated bus lanes. And I know that's out of scope for this repaving project. So I'm just glad to have Caltrans on the side of a brighter, greener future. And I hope that Palo Alto is also on board. You'll definitely hear my voice in support during future meetings whenever that project comes down the pipeline. So you mentioned that you would also be updating signs at intersections. So if possible, I would love to eliminate right turn on red at as many intersections as possible. The stats show that broadside collisions are most common, and I feel that if it's within this project scope, that we should try it. So thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Next is Ofer Ben Shachar.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
So I was in the meeting in face-to-face earlier, but it took a while, so I decided to went and do it on Zoom. I cycle and try to commute using my bike. I also raise 4 kids in Palo Alto, and so I have a lot of experience cycling. I want to remind everybody just the physics of riding a bike. A bike typically weighs 30 pounds. Typically human being weighs anything between, I don't know, 120 to 200 pounds. So it's not much more. A car, on the other hand, an average car in the US weighs 4,000 pounds, roughly 40 times that. And a car obviously goes much faster than a cyclist. So when a cyclist, the physics of the cyclist going with a pedestrian is one thing, but when a cyclist goes with cars, it's very, very dangerous for the cyclist. And I have to tell you that, I wrote to the city hall today, and it's just unpleasant when you have a 4,000 vehicle behind you, and you hope they see you. I have lights in both sides, but sometimes they don't. Sometimes they look at something else, and your life is at risk at any point. So that's one thing. Secondly, there's a lot of work on this elsewhere in the world. I hope we are not isolated off the world, but there's work on this on the Netherlands, which is leading the world on biking infrastructure. Many places in Europe, recently Paris, in North America, Montreal, near Berkeley and other places around here. And, the more cyclists and the more cycling infrastructure you have, it improves commute for everybody. The more safe route they are, the more cyclists ride those roads, and the less car traffic there is. And so it's better for everybody. And it's also better for businesses. When a cyclist or somebody walks near a business, the chances they're going to stop at the business is much higher than somebody goes 40 miles an hour on the middle lane of El Camino. I think also it's clear that the biking infrastructure is a lot cheaper to build and maintain than car infrastructure. And as a citizen of Palo Alto, I want to be able, and I want my family and my kids to be able to go and have a choice of riding safely in Palo Alto and, use my taxes for my safety, not just for, other people, cars. I have cars, I ride cars, but, as a citizen, as many others here, we have a right for the taxpayer to use our money in ways that enable us choice.
Thank you so much. If you could finish up, please.
Okay. So I think that we need safe route, and those are completely protected routes. I mean, I think that what we have in the proposal in El Camino is better, certainly much more than now, but it's not enough. And we need to think about our children that, don't have a car license and they need to.
Thank you so much for your comments. We have to move on to the next.
I have just one question, if you will, is there's also already a bike infrastructure on El Camino in Stanford, between Stanford Avenue and Embarcadero on the left side if you're going north. And
thank you again for your comments. I'm afraid we have to move on so the next speaker can speak. Thank you.
Next is Christina Davis.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, hi, I've been a bike commuter for 15 years. That was until I moved to this area. I live in Mountain View. I commute to Palo Alto daily. And when I moved, I did the commute a couple days. And then I realized, even though I've been a bike commuter in Chicago, in DC, in Maryland, Virginia, I'd never felt as scared on my bike as I do in this area. There are beautiful bike lanes and infrastructure that have been built in individual municipalities. And I lovingly call these sort of roads to nowhere because they're so beautiful, but they don't help connect. I'm so excited about this project because it runs through so many different areas. And those areas I find to be most dangerous and scary when I'm commuting will disappear when you have something like this on El Camino that stretches between multiple different municipalities. So I'm very much in support of it. I'm excited to see where it goes. The one area of concern I still have is that the crashes that were reported, 2/3 of them happened at intersections, which even with the Category 4 lanes that are being proposed on some areas, that's not protection in those intersections. So how do we continue to keep our riders safe, even as we put in more structures for them? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Cedric.
Good evening, commissioners and Caltrans. Thanks for having this study session. I am a lifelong Palo Alto biker. I have biked El Camino Real to reach businesses and or to reach speed, and it is extremely dangerous and terrifying. I have seen that wrong way bike riding, which is also very dangerous. So I do generally support the bike lanes. For the ADA, I understand you want to make some improvements. Unfortunately, witnessed my brother go into a wheelchair before he passed away. So I've seen that cross slope at driveways makes it difficult for wheelchair riders. So please try to provide flat space before the sloping of the driveways. For the buffers, the buffered bike lanes, we really need to have bollards that are beefy but yet soft in case a bicyclist hits them, but also beefy enough that cars don't want to crash into them. I've seen El Camino, a great video on YouTube, comparing El Camino, calling it a strode. It's trying to be both a street and a road, and it's doing both badly. A road is kind of like a highway, it should be fast, and a street is slow to reach the businesses. So I understand that your goal is to do this only through pavement and marking, but I think that you could do that here, and you could make the rightmost lane be a right turn only lane, a slow street to access those businesses, and the bike lane would be to the left of that. So the bikes would have minimal conflicts with cars that are right turning into and out of businesses or intersections. And then there would be, strategically placed places where drivers who have turned right out of businesses onto that slow street edge of El Camino would have an opportunity to yield to bikers and cross that bike lane back into the thoroughfare of El Camino, the proper road highway. So I'm wondering if Caltrans has tried such approaches in other jurisdictions, and perhaps this might be a way to reduce the conflicts between bikes and cars and yet maintain the capacity that you so value. Finally, for the moderator, it would be nice to announce the next two speakers for people on Zoom who can't see the speakers list. Okay, so I think that might be it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I just want to add that about 80% of the lanes are not buffered, but they're striped due to all the driveway conflicts. I forgot to mention that. So that's why we need a solution to that. That's why those buffered lanes aren't quite as safe as we think they are. That's the solution I propose. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Evelyn, followed by our last speaker, April Webster.
Excuse me, wasn't April Webster part of the group, or am I mistaken?
Yes, but the group had enough people, so.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Evelyn Kilmia, and I'm a local grassroots organizer. One of the staff, the city staff mentioned earlier that they have been working closely with us to communicate these upcoming works to the RV families and those that may be affected by this as we're serving them. And I want to say that many of the families living in RVs in our community and along with Camino Real do use bikes as a way to get around. It is, in fact, by large, their ways of commuting in our community. And so they are very excited that we're thinking about the safety of this. We, as a grassroots organization, in fact, gave bicycles to children and youth during a holiday season not too long ago to enable them to get through and to and from schools. And so for these mothers, having the safety of their children is very important. And so many of them are excited about the improvement. However, this will dislocate families for a very long amount of times, and children who will not have other alternative, humanly dignifying way, in a safe way and inclusive way to shelter them. Children are going to be moved away from their schools, their friends, and their communities. So we're just wondering, as we've been asked as we hit the pavement, who is this the issue of? Is this the issue of Caltrain? Is this the issue of the city? Who do we, as grassroots organizers, will work with to make sure that children can still come to school as we're making El Camino Real safe for all of us, and most importantly for bikers? Who do we get to ask, or who get to answer to these families that are going to be dislocated and again, with no real human ways for them to be sheltered in our community? So since we're going to be doing the work and it's going to be great for all of us, let's think about our unhoused communities. And I want to agree with many of those who have spoken before who made great suggestions about other things that can be done, right? If we're disrupting things for this long amount of time, let's make sure that we're including things that will make our community better for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I think it's our final speaker.
Yes, April.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I'm a resident of Mountain View. I've been biking in the area for, I think, 10, 13 years. I often use the Ellen Fletcher Bike Boulevard to bike from Mountain View to Cal Ave to go for dinner. It's wonderful. And I think Palo Alto has a great legacy there, being the first city in the United States to have a bike boulevard. And I'm excited, and I hope that can continue with ECR. As another speaker mentioned, I'm also in support. I'm very happy that Caltrans is working on this. I'm going to state just a few affiliations. I'm on the Caltrans D4 Bicycle Advisory Committee. As vice chair, I'm also in the MTC Active Transportation Working Group and SVBC's Policy Advisory Committee. I'm not speaking for any of those, but it does help me stay in the loop about what's going on. I wanted to ask a few things, and people have mentioned this, but I'd like to see greater compliance with DIB 94, which just came out on January 16th. Class 4 would be great, as people have mentioned, as much as possible along here, given it's the safest. Class 4 or Class 1, it's the safest class of infrastructure. I'm assuming Palo Alto has traffic volumes that would identify them as urban, and the speed's 35 miles per hour. So technically, DIB 94 identifies 10.5-foot lane widths in table 5.3, and Class 4, Class 1 facilities in this particular scenario. I'd also like to see more robust vertical separation than flexible posts. That's just one option. And I think to get lower stress, more robust separation would be great. I think cyclists are more concerned about being hit by cars than they are about hitting these posts. It doesn't happen that frequently. As someone mentioned, intersections are where a lot of the collisions happen, and it's the most dangerous conflict area for bicyclists. And I know this is a shop project and might not be the right place for this to be addressed, but the D4 bike plan for Caltrans is currently under development, and it includes some best practices for intersections. So it'd be great to see this team, the Caltrans team, review those recommendations. I think the work that Ken and team did on businesses is wonderful. I'm from Vancouver, BC, and it has been a game changer for downtown businesses to have bike lanes put in. It's increased traffic. If people are interested, there's a recent article, March 7th, 24, in the Business Insider that talks about it, identifies 32 research articles that talks about the impact of bicycle lanes in city design and making it more walkable and person-friendly, and how that impacts businesses. And thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much to all of our speakers and those of you in the room here, and of course, Caltrans and staff. Now, we are about a half an hour behind schedule. So, and I really appreciate our colleagues from the Human Relations Commission's patience as the number of speakers grew and grew and grew. But do we want to, I think we need to ask staff if they would like, so we can close the public hearing now, and we could continue this meeting and invite our colleagues back another time, or would you like us to, because we do have another item, or what would you like to, any opinion from staff and also from my colleagues?
Sorry, so just to note, this is a study session, so there's no action needed.
No, I know, but we haven't had any discussion. We just had we had questions. So we haven't really had a time for discussion. But I know the next item is more time sensitive. So I'm kind of looking for preferences from staff and my colleagues.
Well, this item won't be coming back again before April 1st. I mean, we do have another meeting on the 27th, which is also packed with items. So if we don't get to retail, I mean, we have an ad hoc committee that might take some of the work from the full commission if we can't get enough of the meetings with the commission. So that's something to think about. If I would like to understand if we do have speakers in the audience for the retail study item that is supposed to go tonight.
Okay, can we determine that, Ms. Dow?
I haven't received any speaker cards for item 4.
Does she have anyone online? Okay, colleagues, Commissioner Smith?
I think the value of us being here is to ask questions to deepen the discussion. I think your commission and I'm speaking for myself, I think your commissioners have more policy experience based on some of the questions we ask. So I don't know if we slow your discussion down or we've added enough already.
Absolutely, you don't slow us down. Absolutely, you add value. And under no circumstances would I want to close this off without having a discussion with you here. That's the whole point. So I'm firmly against it, and I don't care if we go to midnight on the other thing, because we have a unique opportunity to have a conversation with people that ask different kinds of questions.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm just, I think there's a benefit to dialogue of this full body. And so at a minimum, I would think if there are, I think 11 of us here, if we each had 3 minutes to provide comments at a minimum, right, that's just over half an hour. And I think that would be useful because, you know, a lot of folks, I mean, nobody's really commented. Everybody's been asking questions.
I'd be in favor of a short round robin. Short 2 or 3 minute round robin.
Okay, then I think as long as that seems to be the prevailing preference, we'll go ahead and do a short round of comments and try to keep it to 3 minutes. That's a good suggestion. And if we're done then in about a half hour or so, it's 9 o'clock and we can take up the retail item. Okay, so that said, who would like to go first?
So I'm really excited to see this come before us. I'm thrilled. I want to thank Caltrans for putting the work in and doing the outreach. I wanted to ask you, over how many years have you been talking to Palo Alto before we did the official letter last fall? Do you know? Probably since you started with Mountain View and Los Altos.
Regarding that bike issue?
Well, the bike plan that Mountain View and Los Altos put together and worked on, that was from what, 2019? I assumed you talked to us then as well.
Yeah, actually, it went through a little process, and I'll be happy to explain it. I think we did reach, actually, matter of fact, I think somebody else mentioned, Mountain View, they reach out to us to implement their bike lane because of the funding.
Right.
And we said, why didn't it's an opportunity? We reach out to everyone within the project limit, which is Los Altos and Palo Alto. And at that time, some reason said they rather defer the discussion to later on, until the safety report came out, and it's sort of drove the conversation back.
Awesome. Thank you for picking it back up. And, you know, sometimes we have an ebb and flow of our priorities, and it makes total sense, but it's wonderful to have it back on our plate with our Department of Transportation. So what I want to say is I hear our commenters who have said it's important to fix other things too, and I completely agree. But there are things we can't ask Caltrans to fix while they're doing their El Camino upgrade. They're separate things funded by separate entities under separate buckets. And this is a facility, an amenity, an upgrade that's being offered to Palo Alto by the owner of a road that is cut right through the center of our city. And all the other cities are taking advantage of this. Right now, I saw an article today that South San Francisco is working on getting the funding for this as well. And we already have it all lined up. And there is no excuse not to take advantage of this opportunity to save lives, to make El Camino less of a pollution thoroughfare and more of a connector for this city. So I really hope that the council will evaluate this offer for what it is. It's not some other opportunity. It's not some other road. It's not some other parking along, you know, Maybell or El Camino Way, which I drive on every day because it's a little scary for me to bike across El Camino to get there. And I hear that. I hear that it's scary for the commuters, the students that are driving to Gunn. I witnessed 2 young women who were students at Gunn get hit by a car at that intersection. It wasn't included in your report because they were late for school. They were thankfully not injured enough to stick around and make a report. And I'm going to tell you, judging from what I read from my friends, notes, emails, updates, texts, Facebook messages, that's happening every day. It's not being reported. We don't have a mechanism to capture the collisions that don't require police or ambulance. But it's happening a lot. And we owe it to ourselves and to our students that use our safe routes to improve those facilities as well. And I think once we see improved facilities on El Camino itself, maybe that'll be enough to motivate us as a city to improve the facilities of our intersecting streets. Thank you.
I'm not going to suggest this for any other commissioner, but Ms. Dow, if you'll run the clock for me, I just want to make sure I say somewhat close to the 3 minutes that I put out into the universe. So this is a very complex issue, but as shown in one of the first slides from Caltrans, and as the commission and council have discussed, the biggest factor here is safety. The biggest factor here is safety. It's the biggest goal to improve safety. Our staff report tells us that El Camino is 4% of our roads, but 63% of our injuries. It's not clear to me if that is just the KSI, the fatalities and significant, or all injuries, but it's a huge percentage. So this is an opportunity to make a big step toward the goal that the Planning Commission talked about of no KSIs by 2030. It's not clear to me if the council has yet faced that and adopted that, but unless we're going to say no KSIs by whenever, except on El Camino, we have to take this opportunity to make this roadway safer. And what's complicated is we have so many constituencies that we need to factor in. We've got the pedestrians on the sidewalk who need to be safe from bicyclists. We need the bicyclists who need to be safe from the cars. We have the cars and other passenger vehicles that need to travel this route and to do it efficiently, or they will choose other routes. We have the transit that needs to operate efficiently if ridership is if it is to be reliable, so ridership will be on it. We have the current people who are parking along the both sides, and that is, both the residents and those people who are parking to utilize the businesses along El Camino. And we have those businesses on El Camino who, some of those have located there really in reliance on that parking in front of them. Not that they have a legal right to it, but just that's the setup that they came to. And we have the neighborhoods behind those who use El Camino and would be impacted. And so what I want to say is we have to balance all of these things. And if we are driven by safety, I think where that puts us is, okay, I'm still going. Where that puts us is we have to incorporate bikes into this road. And something has to give. If we neck it down to what I think the Caltrans called a roadway diet, and it's 2 instead of 3 lanes in each direction, then what's going to happen is, at least during busy times, folks are going to seek other routes, and they are going to travel through Palo Alto on roads that aren't as safe for pedestrians and bicyclists. They haven't been designed to deal with that volume of traffic, even though they can handle the capacity. And so as we go forward with this, I think that we have to be looking at what I think Ms. Ellison called mitigations. If we're going to get rid of the parking on El Camino, we have to realize that there are impacts, and we have to address that, both to protect the kids, so that, or all bicyclists and pedestrians, so that people aren't parking off El Camino in bike lanes, and to ensure that there are places where the stores that need that parking, that their folks can park off El Camino, and that impacts the neighborhood. But when I look at that balance, again, we're talking about life safety issues versus what I would call a quality of life issue. And I think those are tough issues that the council is going to have to deal with. But where I fall on that is life safety over quality of life, where you have to make those hard choices. Thank you.
How do I follow that? Safety is paramount, and we're lucky with the riches we have that we have this opportunity to go forward. My comments are going to be about the unhoused and how we mitigate the issues surrounded by the people who have made their home on El Camino Real in RVs. And I don't know how the city can deal with that and the support and the resources necessary. We've heard Evelyn talk about that. Melissa, Assistant City Manager, you've heard this constantly, and I know you're doing your best, but this disruption to their lives is real. And I worry about that. As you spoke about parking, we're going to have a balancing act. And we're going to have to let people park in the residential areas. And we're going to have to negotiate those processes by it being okay to park in a neighborhood, and yet the businesses have access for their employees and their customers. So this is a tremendous opportunity with a lot of finite tasks that have to be encompassed. I again worry about those that are less able. And I'd love to see your disability thoughts on people that can't walk far and that are infirm, and how do they mitigate those intersections? It's a big issue if a curb is higher. It's huge. It's like going from the desert to the mountain for people that have disabilities. I personally work on stairs because it's my weak spot after my broken knee. I am constantly training on stairs. God forbid I was hurt worse. It's like walking up to the Alps for some of us. So those are my thoughts. I would love to see the city give more resources into those areas. And I understand the challenges. So God bless, go forth, and may we be successful.
So I agree with what my colleagues have said. And I think my biggest frustration is like, I think it was Ms. Elson who talked about the process for this. I do think that we need to prioritize safety. The reality is that there are bicyclists on El Camino and that there are accidents. At the same time, I really question the wisdom of doing a partial implementation of what we think would actually be the safest solution, because bikes are so at risk for the most serious injuries. And we have had only, which is far too many, only one death on El Camino. And I wonder what will happen if we then signal that this is supposedly a safe place, but we hear, if a different speaker said it and was accurate, that 80% of the lanes are not going to be buffered because we have driveways. And while it would be wonderful if we could eliminate the driveways, we simply cannot do that. So I'm very concerned about what happens when we create a situation. So I don't know, and unfortunately, I don't think we have the data to indicate to us like how much more bike traffic would there be, and therefore I would imagine how many more accidents will there be. So I'm not quite sure, honestly, where I stand on this. And also, what I would say is that if we do this, we really need to focus on the mitigation as much as we can, especially at intersections. And I'm not quite sure how we get that funding given the timeline that's involved here. And so part of me says, this bike lane, at least in the short term, is going to end at the border of Palo Alto and Menlo Park. And if all we're getting right now is paint, and we're throwing folks into an unsafe environment, maybe, and I hate delaying this because I want a bike lane down El Camino, but maybe we wait until we can get the funding to make things safer, so we're not putting people in the path of really fast moving cars, because it's 35 miles per hour theoretically, but we all know that it's often 40 or 45 miles per hour. And our safe systems approach says that one of the biggest things is slowing down the kinetic energy and separating really fast moving vehicles from pedestrians and bicyclists who could be most injured. So it's not I don't quite know what to say because I don't know what the trade-off is exactly, but we are at risk of causing a greater problem while we try to solve a problem. And finally, we need to think hard about mitigation for the 41 dwellings that will be removed. I know that El Camino is not meant as housing, but the reality is that it is being used as housing. And so we need to take care of our community. Thanks.
Thank you, Caltrans, and thank you for all the comments. For all the public comments. It's been really enlightening to hear from all these people. I think that, I mean, this is a great opportunity for Palo Alto. The paving is going to be done, from my understanding, no matter what. So this is an opportunity to make biking safer, and I think it is used for biking. So yes, maybe this is not ideal, but it is a step in the right direction. And I think it would be really sad if we just repaved and didn't do anything about it, especially given the fact that bike safety is on everybody's mind lately, and that it is, you know, one of the things the city of Palo Alto should strive for is to have more bikers. And of course, I do understand the commissioner's concern about, you know, actually being safe. That's why I did like the Albany design. I wonder, you know, if we could have a sidewalk, maybe not the two, you know, the lanes going both ways, but sidewalk, lane, and then more of a division between the bike lane and the street. Like in the Albany example, like actual, you know, some kind of curb, like a bigger separation between the bike lane and the street. I know I have never biked on El Camino, and I'd be super scared to do it. I mean, to me, it seems really frightening right now. I do like the idea of picturing the city of Palo Alto like a city in Europe, like Amsterdam, where people are biking all over the place, you know, feeling safe, going to businesses. You know, one of the commenters talked about, you know, the possibility that people will go to the businesses more often. They'll stop at a restaurant, they'll stop at a coffee shop, and they'll find these businesses because they're biking along. They're not just driving by it. So I think that that's a future that we could have and that we should strive for. And I do think that quality of life and bike safety can go hand in hand, and that we do have a better quality of life if we are exercising, we are biking around town. I do have the same concerns about the driveways. I'd be interested to know how many driveways are there, and if there's any way to change where you go into those driveways. I don't know what the data is for the number of driveways on El Camino. So that'd be interesting to look at and see what we could do to make those safer. I did talk about my concern about the bus and the bikes, but I was happy to hear that there had been no accidents between buses and bikes. And my last comment is about the RV dwellers. I appreciated Evelyn's comments about some of those children biking on El Camino. And I do find that the RVs make it more of a hazard for the bikers. But it's incumbent on the city to find a place for them to go. I don't know if there's any space on El Camino that can become a lot. Like some of the churches have the safe parking program. Maybe we can create another program. Maybe there's somewhere in Palo Alto that can be opened up for the RV dwellers to move to. I do think that the city needs to figure out, you know, what to do about that so people are not just being displaced. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, bike lanes, they're great. They're great for the bikers, they're great for the drivers, they reduce traffic, so the people who aren't biking still benefit. And they benefit everyone who breathes air. If you have less pollution, that's a good thing. That said, this bike lane project has some issues, some concerns. You have so many driveways. You have the buses going into the bike lane and going out of the bike lane. You have fast traffic nearby with these thin little plastic poles between you and the traffic. And you also have the business impacts. And we don't know all those, whether those issues we at best can mitigate them. We can't necessarily solve all these issues. And we mentioned about it, if it's all about safety. Well, if it's all about safety, then actually you probably want to route everyone to Park Boulevard, because if we do the best job for safety on El Camino, it's still going to be a lot more dangerous than Park. And if you look at all the crash and the number of people that are injured on El Camino, compare that how many people have been injured on Park Boulevard? Hardly any. And so if this really is just about safety, we should really be doing our best with signage or whatever to get people off El Camino and get them over to Park. I'm worried about these thin plastic poles giving people a false sense of security, and that bicycles will think, oh, it's safe because I have this barrier. Well, the barrier is not going to withstand a car going through it. And so there really are a lot of issues here that make me uncomfortable. And I should have caveat. I use Park Boulevard a lot. And so it's like a member of my family. So I kind of feel like this is a little sibling rivalry, maybe. And so, when I go to the Stanford game, whenever I go up to Stanford basketball or football, I always bike because I don't want to mess with traffic. And I can go from my house to the Stanford campus with 2 stoplights. If I go on El Camino, it's going to take 10. And so there's no way that that's faster. And I'm going to, even if they convert these bike lanes on El Camino, I still want to go to Stanford games. I'm going to Park Boulevard. It's going to be faster. It's going to be more pleasant. It's going to be shaded. I don't see any benefit for me for biking on El Camino. And so this has some benefits. I have a question about timing. We desperately need the repavement. How much do we save by paving and striping at the same time, as opposed to repaving it and then coming in 6 months later and after we've mitigated? Can I ask okay.
Definitely there is a big savings from financial savings and timings. Because if you're gonna just pave and you're gonna restore it as is today, then you're gonna go back and to do on your bike, everything will be thrown away from a financial aspect of it. Other than the additional impact to you're gonna scar the new pavement if you can come back after 2 years. I'm telling you the actual benefit. I'm not trying to, but that's a fact. When it comes to go back and revisit this one in case nothing would take place. This is what take, and you need to have a project. You need to have another project with all the costs associated with it, support and capital.
Yeah. I appreciate that you want to do everything in one fell swoop, but this is a big change. This is the first time it's come to PTC. We're making council make a decision April 1st about the parking, and we haven't had the Chamber of Commerce still hasn't completed their outreach. And it seems like we're rushing things, and I'm always worried about rushing things and not making informed decisions.
I understand.
I mean, I don't know. But anyway, so I love bike lanes. They're an asset to the community. But we have issues to solve, and some of them we can perhaps mitigate, others we won't. And I think that there's a lot of hope going on here that everything's going to work out, and I hope it does, because this could have potential for really helping out the community, but also there could be a lot of unintended consequences here. Thank you.
A few thoughts. I'm always confused in Palo Alto. I mean, we're a city that won't cut down trees or we won't build housing. And we want to be a green city, so we're giving hundreds of thousands of dollars to organizations to switch over to electricity and use charging stations. And one of the big things, I've been here 10 years, is biking. We want to be like an Amsterdam-like city. We want to be this green city. We have people that are riding. The state is about to spend money to give it in. We come to this point, and instead of going to the values that we have laid out by policies over the last 10 years of me being here, we're like, well, I don't know. I can't think. It's interesting. I would love us to see, as we to address some things. How are cities like Amsterdam and New York City, which has twice the amount of traffic, higher speed? I grew up in New York. Queens Boulevard has bike lanes. If you've ever been on Queens Boulevard, you know that the speed is 50 and nobody actually follows any rules on Queens Boulevard. And somehow they managed to put a bike lane on Queens Boulevard. At the end of the day, what I believe happens when you build bike lanes on major intersections, one of the biggest issues we have in Palo Alto is a flight of businesses. When you start putting bike lanes and other community-friendly things on main intersections, you will start generating more opportunity for economic activity. You also, if you connect to regional bike options, you now have equity. You now create equity because essential workers that are taking the VTA bus, the 22, up the road can now ride, whether there's one or two cities. So it's an equity issue. It's not just about the people in Palo Alto. It's about the people that work in Palo Alto, and they want to ride their bike to work because that is the cheapest way they can do it. And when we start saying, well, we don't want to do bike lanes, again, they're just going to ride there, and eventually they're going to get hit. So I think as we think about it, we espouse a lot of values in our planning and our direction. But this is an opportunity to line up some of those values. And I'm not saying there aren't questions to be worked out and details to hammer out, but I think we really need to say, not what are the issues, but how do we get to the best possible pragmatic solution. It's not going to be perfect for everybody, but what is the best pragmatic solution for us, A, to create equity for those that are riding? Has anybody taken a 22 bus? Anybody here taking a 22 bus? You imagine if the 22 bus, like, imagine people can actually ride up there. And if you live in Palo Alto, you realize with the increase in electric bikes and families taking electric bikes, if all the people rode on Park, the people on Park would be in here lighting it up. Park is not that big. It's 2 lanes, and it's barely 2 lanes for people. And the bikes already cause a lot of people to have issues going up and down that street. So I think we really, really, really need to take advantage of this. And I know we have some due diligence to do, but let's not kill it in the process.
Oh, just before you go, I think Mr. Mong had something he wanted to add. If you can do so briefly, it was maybe in answer to Commissioner Rekdal.
Oh, thank you. The question about the cost saving, if we don't do the bike lane with this project, as Nick kind of mentioned, I just want to emphasize that if we don't install the bike lane, challenge is more on the time. We won't be able to, even we are able to secure the funding, it will take us like 4 years to develop the project to install bike lane in the future. Minimum. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Akins.
You're saying if we don't do it now, the earliest we could have it installed is 4 years from now.
Yeah, even that is if we are able to identify the funding for it.
This is a funding issue that your pot would be empty and you would have to wait for that pot to be filled up again.
So it will a combination of funding, project going through the project development phases. So every time Caltrans develop and deliver the project, we need to follow the California Transportation Committee timeline and the policy requirements. So that is typically how long it takes for us to develop and deliver the project.
Can I just clarify one thing? Is that okay?
Quickly, please.
Okay. The thing is, this particular funding for the project came for a safety improvement. So it wouldn't compete for that funding. It came because to enhance the improvement. If this is for some reason, there was no project, we need to have to go back to the drawing. The safety issue will remain, and I think I'm not saying and I'm giving an indication that it's okay for Caltrans just to close our eyes. We need to do something. This is the funding. This is the funding. Then, if we didn't deliver for any scenarios, we have to go back to the drawing board and try to figure out the funding and the schedule and any impact goes to it. I want to clarify a few things.
When you say go back to the drawing board, do you mean financially or do you mean
everything?
Engineering?
I mean, it's become a new project and you have to initiate a new project. You have to clear that, but environmentally, you have to clear that, whatever goes with it. And the average, I mean, the city can, I don't know whether the city have the same process that Caltrans have, but that could be a city project. And the funding will be the city funding. That's another option.
I should disclose that I had a conversation with the Silicon Valley Bike Coalition members, some of whom spoke earlier today, a couple of days ago, just so everyone knows.
It's not an action item, so it's okay.
Now you know anyway. I expected to be able to support this fairly easily, and I found that I've had more and more misgivings as it's gone along. I'm particularly worried that if this does as it's designed and increases the use of El Camino as a major bike route, that we're going to lose a lot of people to right hooks at driveways and intersections. And I am also worried about the gap between Embarcadero and Quarry. I talked to people and a lot of them are simply going to take the vehicular lanes to skip crossing at Embarcadero and going through Stanford. So we're going to see some higher risk there. And I think this is indicative of pushing the project through with a reactive approach to safety rather than a proactive one. We looked at where we've seen some injuries. We tried to determine to some degree of accuracy what the causes were and then designed to meet those constraints. That may not be enough. And accordingly, we're going to need some mitigations to at least make it possible to adjust in the future. And I'd like to suggest a couple. One, as Commissioner Heckman stole my thunder earlier, if you slow down El Camino, people are going to move elsewhere. And elsewhere around here means Alma. And Alma is already hazardous for cyclists, particularly for young cyclists going to Palo Alto High School. We can't prevent that from happening within the scope of the projects we're talking about here. But what we can do is get a baseline to understand how many people are moving on which roads and in which directions. So I strongly suggest that we get that Caltrans do a baseline on El Camino and that Palo Alto do a baseline on Alma at the very least at Charleston and a couple of other key intersections that are likely to be through routes between those two major paths. Then we'll have, with the baselines, we'll have the information we need to do follow-up studies to figure out the new problems before anyone gets hurt or killed after these changes. On a more wonky aspect of that, Caltrans needs to commit to a set of metrics that defines success for this project. And perhaps you have internally. I don't know exactly what those are, but is your goal to increase bike throughput on El Camino? Is your goal to eliminate major injury and death accidents. What are the goals? Because you need to measure to determine how well you're accomplishing them. Two more specific things. The parking spaces on El Camino near Park Avenue, those were a critical part of the compromise that's at the heart of the Evergreen Park residential preference parking program. If you're going to honor the promises made to those neighborhoods, then you have to find a solution for taking away the parking from the businesses that are there. My suggestion is that you set the maximum number of non-resident permits for the Evergreen Park RPP to the number actually issued last year, so it can't be gamed this year, minus the number of parking places that are removed on El Camino in front of those businesses. That's the most ethical solution I've been able to come up with for how to protect what you've promised to the neighborhoods and still allow the businesses there to function. So that's my suggestion for a mitigation there. And finally, the Business Insider article, which was mentioned by, I believe, our final commenter, is a very interesting article to read. And if you read it, you will find that business-wise, there are winners and there are losers. So you're picking them by making this change. So just be aware that there will be trade-offs. So thank you. That should do it.
Thank you. I really appreciate all of the expertise that my fellow commissioners on the PTC Commission have shared with us. I certainly don't bring that level of expertise, and I think you've raised many great points. When I first moved to Palo Alto, my then fiance and I lived on El Camino Real. And one day, wow, I stood with a man, well, he died. It was in 2012, so not included in these statistics, but he was hit by a bicycle. And he was on a bicycle. I actually don't know if he died, but it seemed that that was what was happening. I think that the city has an opportunity to remove parking and put a bike lane where that parking is. I think that would help for the cyclists who are going down El Camino right now. I don't think that's gonna hurt. I think for the distracted woman who hit him and who was standing next to me sobbing and screaming, she probably would have noticed a bicycle if there'd been a green lane and barriers right there. It was also a turn lane, which we know is really complicated. So maybe the turn lanes aren't quite as safe as they could be. But again, I just think taking out those cars, putting in a bright green lane, putting in plastic barriers, and letting bikes go down there would just be safer. And I think we're missing an opportunity if it's going to take at least 4 years, and we know that's the best case scenario, to do anything about this. It doesn't mean that we can't put people. I jogged down Park Avenue every day and loved it. That was my secret street. So let's not let the word get out. There were no sidewalks I had to worry about. It was just one straight way. So maybe we could, I think the city has a lot it can do. It can, we could encourage bicyclists to go down Park when they can go down Park, but that's not going to solve everything because there's so many businesses. There's so many important things on El Camino. It is a central thoroughfare. It is not the one we're going to put on any posters about Palo Alto because it's ugly. It's a mess. It's got parking and bikes and electric bikes and buses. It's got all the junk our city kind of ends up on El Camino, frankly. Again, I watched it for years going past my window. And I think we have an opportunity to make it a cleaner, neater, safer street right now, which is pretty incredible. And I think the city has a lot of work we got to do. We're going to create a lot of problems in this process. We've got to house the folks who have been living on El Camino, who don't have homes. We have businesses who are going to lose out terribly. There are going to be folks who are like, nah, I can park in front of the other dry cleaner now. I'm just going to go there instead. We got to think about what we can do for those folks. And we've got employees who've been using that as a place to park. And I think we shouldn't forget that a lot of the folks who work on El Camino don't live in Palo Alto and will need ways to get to work and places to park when they get there. So there are some really serious problems that the city is going to have to address. And when we ask Caltrans about them, they say, well, the city should do this. And so we've got a lot of work to do, but I think we have a really strong opportunity to make El Camino a nicer street to live on, to bike on, to walk on, to do business on, and to drive on as well. So let's do it.
Thank you. Commissioner Liu up in the north, please go ahead.
Thank you. I do want to say that I'm really moved by Commissioner Stimler's experience, and I really agree that safety is urgent by itself. As a quick preface, I'm also uneasy about the speed at which we're asked to make this decision. But I realize that there were mistakes and miscommunications upstream, and this is kind of what we're stuck with. I'll also say that I'm not a bike fundamentalist. I ride my bicycle, but I do believe that it's possible for a bad bike lane to be worse than nothing. That said, I support this project overall, and this is the right first step toward a safer, equitable, and sustainable future for El Camino. So I'll qualify my support and personally push for two things. Firstly, Caltrans really needs to show that they're receptive to design feedback. I understand that there are a lot of factors outside of Caltrans' control, but there is still a lot that Caltrans actually can improve on, and I'd want to see some indication that Caltrans is seriously considering specific changes to specific parts of its design diagram. There are some sharrows that are pretty bad and potentially avoidable. The lack of signage isn't great. Some of the route decisions are really questionable, like how we dump cyclists from a protected bike lane near Sandhills and Palo Alto Ave into Menlo Park, into the middle of an unprotected section of El Camino, instead of doing some thoughtful work and trying to end the bike lane gracefully, instead of dumping people into the middle of a lane in Menlo Park. And I think when this comes to council, I would love to see specific examples of improvements that we are actually considering for the designs as proposed. Secondly, I think our city council, I would really urge to do the work and prioritize further improvements to the intersections, to signage, to driveway permitting, to considering a road diet, to being really considerate with our RV residents and finding the best mitigations we can for them. Zooming out a little bit, I do want to return to Commissioner Templeton's point about learning from the good work that Mountain View and Los Altos did. So I looked in detail at the plans for both Mountain View and Los Altos, and many of the limitations and safety issues that we see here are still present in those other plans. Despite that, though, the Mountain View City Council approved these bike lanes twice unanimously. The Los Altos City Council had a split vote. They voted 3-2 to remove parking. And the Mountain View Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Commission and the Los Altos Complete Streets Commission were both unanimous in supporting the removal of parking and implementation of basically these same bike lanes. While we don't have the benefit of years of public engagement like they did, I think that is a strong signal that that we can build off of and we can take in our own decision making. So just to recap, I think the net impact to existing uses can be mitigated both for RV residents and small businesses. I think the net impact on ridership is going to be really positive. I think there are a lot of use cases for a bike lane on El Camino that are different from bike lanes on Park. People who bring their bikes on the bus, people who live on El Camino or maybe have multiple destinations along El Camino and don't want to circuitously detour. I do believe with the evidence we have now that there is ridership, that the ridership will grow, and that'll really serve the community. And finally, I think the net impact on safety will be positive. There's, like I said, there's still these glaring issues that I hope Caltrans can really show that they're serious about fixing. But the net impact, considering the accidents that we've seen, considering a fatal accident that we saw in Mountain View a couple of years ago of a teenage cyclist riding along El Camino in a crosswalk. There's, in my mind, an overwhelming evidence that we can get meaningful safety improvements with at least the best parts of the design that we have already in front of us. So I'd like to thank Caltrans. I'd like to thank the city staff and public commenters, and I overall support this project.
Excellent. Now it's down to me, and I'm going to be really brief because all of you have made excellent points, and you know that this is a change of huge magnitude with a lot of moving parts, and I don't think we're going to solve all the problems. And someone pointed out that some of the problems that will be created were commitments that were made to neighborhoods before through RPPPs, and currently I don't see it as being a problem for the clients of businesses on El Camino because RPPs are designed to support 2-hour parking for that reason, to support nearby businesses. But I don't want to get into the weeds because you've heard so much, but I am very, very, to say that this has been rushed, I think is a real understatement. And I don't think there was enough, I think there was a lot of missing data. We don't have data on current bike use, and we don't have projections for what the bike use will be. I think the idea that there should have been more specificity of the design, the problems of what Commissioner Aiken dubbed the gap is very troubling. I don't see how we're going to solve all these problems at all, much less so quickly, but everybody agrees that more bike lanes are better. I don't know, with only 80% buffering, I don't know that this will be safer until it becomes a bike highway, till there's a lot of bikers. And I don't know how many people are currently biking on El Camino. I live a block from El Camino and California Avenue, and California Avenue and El Camino, we're using a lot of the slides as examples. And I don't see that many people biking. And when I do, I think, geez, don't these, don't they want to go over to Park Boulevard and be safer? I want to see us make improvements on Park Boulevard also for bikes, because I do think it's a safer option. And so I don't know how we can, at this point, so quickly get to a place where we're going to have a good outcome. I think that the vehicle dwellers should have been included in stakeholder meetings and should not be forgotten in the process. We do have overnight parking on Gang Road for vehicle dwellers, but there's not enough. And we're going to have transitional housing sometime soon. It probably won't be enough. And I know that people who currently own an RV are not going to give it up to go live in transitional housing where they're expected to leave in, I forget what the duration of stay is estimated there. And these are real problems and trade-offs to make. And without an understanding of how a metric for success, as Commissioner Aiken said, to evaluate what we did right and what we did wrong without specifics on designs and without baseline data to determine, reminds me a little bit of high-speed rail in this one sense, and that there's no projection of usership, in that case, ridership. So I think that I hope there won't be more accidents, because that's a pretty terrifying thing to me. I've seen 2 kids get hit at the end of my block on El Camino, so a block away. And those happen to be the kids' fault because they're middle school age boys. But I want to make sure that if we do this, it's going to make things better and safer. And I think it will be a long time until that is really busy with bikes. And we have to solve the problem of where to put all the cars. If you look at the block of El Camino between Churchill, the Pally block, which is an extra super long block, and Embarcadero, it is packed with cars all the time. I don't know who those people are and why they're parking there. And there's other parts of Palo Alto, I think someone mentioned it, near El Camino Way that are always, El Camino Way is always parked because El Camino Way has such a parking problem on it. So like I always say, we have to make sure when we do these things that we have really considered the outcomes so that we're really doing something good instead of looking and feeling like we're doing something good. So I would like to end it there because we're really behind now, but I want to thank Caltrans for coming and sticking with us and answering so many questions. I think we had a lot of questions that weren't answered as well. So if you can solve some of these, answer some of these questions and solve some of these problems before you come back, before this is finalized, I think that would be a good thing. I want to thank our staff for trying to keep up with this rushed situation. And what I understand was a lack of communication that made it difficult to take advantage of the situation and plan for it. And I want to thank all of our many speakers and the excellent work of both commissions. And with that, I think we should take a little break before we get back to our next item. So thank you to the HRC. We have almost our last item, our last study session of the evening, and this is on retail strategies. So I know that we have our consultants here and they're going to make a presentation.
Yes, and before we get to our consultant who's here and I'm going to upload their presentation, I wanted to just make a note that our the council ad hoc committee is going to have their first meeting on the 20th at 9 a.m. I have an agenda on the screen. I can pull this up later, but these are the items they're covering. And now I'm going to switch to the applicant's presentation. And Dan is here to present, and we'll have a hard stop at 10 o'clock for our consultant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So is our consultant here? Yes. We can go ahead then.
Dan, are you ready? I mentioned there was a bio break happening, so.
Sorry, had the mute on as usual. Sorry, guys. Good evening. It's been a long night. You guys have got a lot of energy and resilience or stamina. Good. Thanks so much. And thanks, Amy, for doing the slides. So we've got about 15 slides. The last half of them are the ones we really want to get to, which is really focusing on these zoning strategies. But so real quick, we'll just go through the first few. The goal of the project and our job is to look at zoning strategies to help retain, strengthen, and facilitate retail in the key areas of Palo Alto. And then what's the problem? We had the discussion last time is we need to identify the problem before we start to solve it. And the real problem is we've got extensive and persistent vacancies, and that's exhibited by loss of vibrancy, reduced activity, fewer retail options and services, and businesses also leaving Palo Alto. We'll get into these a little bit more detail, but what are the probable causes and contributing factors? No secrets there, but the main result is retail space exceeds the market demand. And we've got some information that comes a little bit later on that. The reason for that is the ever increasing portion of e-commerce as a total percentage of the overall retail trade. It's up around 16% or so, and it's increasing and accelerating. We also have reduced office workers as a result of COVID and hybrid work schedules. Those are primary customers for our retail areas, and so that's had a dramatic effect on the demand for brick and mortar spaces. And then there's competition. There's always competition. It's a competitive market, and Palo Alto is no exception. You've got competition within Palo Alto and outside of Palo Alto, and we can go into that. And what has been pretty clear from the beginning is that your regulations may be a significant contributing factor. There's, coming from stakeholders, from staff, our review, it's clear that the code is very complicated, hard to understand, it's hard to implement, and that creates a complicated and difficult environment to navigate if you're an applicant or a property owner, and it's even difficult for staff. And then there's aspects of it that, this is a subjective term, but too restrictive. Those were comments that we heard over and over again in all of the stakeholder reviews. And so that we think there's opportunities to fix that. So a couple slides here just to kind of illustrate. This is the e-commerce growth. You can see that blue line that's kind of making a wave, accelerating. It peaked during COVID, dipped again, and now it's on its way back up. If you look at that kind of continued trend line, if you take out that little spike there. Meanwhile, department stores and clothing stores, as retail sales are, continuing to flatline and collapse. So, just kind of representative. In terms of the supply and competition, retail oversupply is estimated at over 460,000 square feet of vacant retail in the area. And the natural demand kind of from natural growth over a 10-year period is about another 110,000 square feet. So that current vacancy represents 4 times the amount of the 10-year projected growth in demand for retail space. So kind of gives you an order of magnitude. There's a problem there. Then we've got the loss of office workers, and that alone, since COVID, and even with the recovery, is equal to about 110,000, or demand for about 110,000 square feet of retail space. So that's, coincidentally about the same amount that's projected over the natural growth of 10 years. So again, kind of some significant headwinds there. And then in competition, the Stanford Mall, very successful. They're able to control and regulate and market and brand, as a single unit. You provide all those uses, so they've got a strategic advantage there. Then you've got big box retailers that provide a lot of service needs, but they're just outside of Palo Alto. But those are competing with all your commercial markets within Palo Alto. And then you've got neighboring communities, which also provide some competition. Next slide. What's part of the problem? Regulations, again, from the stakeholder consensus, too complicated. They're hard to understand and implement. And that's at all levels. Even staff agrees. And I think that was some of the comments we heard from applicants and business representatives is that it's so complicated, it's hard to get a straight answer or a consistent answer. And just having worked with your code for the last 2 years, it is complicated. It's really hard to get straight and know it. And so it must be very difficult even for seasoned experts to implement. So it's going to be hard for applicants and property owners. There's some examples of that. There's multiple layers of exceptions and exclusions and applicability. Rarely can you go to one spot in the code and get the answer you're looking for. Typically, there's a lot of double negatives within any given provision, and then it refers to 3 or 4 other locations, or overlaps, or is redundant, or again affected by other sections of the code. So it's hard to get a clear, straight answer without really digging through every corner of the code. There's also internal conflicts and inconsistencies, and as we were trying to get to know your code, we built our own kind of comparative use tables just to try to get them straight in our heads. And I think that's one thing that actually we recommended would be a good thing to do right away is, if you had to start cleaning up your code, start with those use tables. You'll learn a lot by trying to put them all in a grid, in a table. It's too restrictive. It's inflexible. And some of that inflexibility may be counterproductive, that it's having the effects that are the opposite of what you really want. So you may actually be deterring new retail use as an investment, particularly, for example, if somebody is afraid, if they're aware of your retail protection ordinance and all the restrictions, once they go retail, you can't go back. It's very difficult. That may discourage people from investing in retail and getting trapped with retail, not having the options to switch out if it fails. And particularly in a soft retail market, that would be a high risk activity. So that may have had counterproductive activity. And then we know the RPO and the other provisions limit retail supporting uses. Your code, says you can't replace retail unless it's retail or retail-like. Sometimes it's just absolute. Sometimes you can do it, but you need to go through a CUP or other hurdles, or you need to prove that your use is, suffering an economic hardship, for example. So it's difficult. It's a lot of reasons, and it's built to say no, as opposed to a code that's encouraging and promotes yes. Why retail vacancies persist? This was a question that's come up over and over. We sent you a study that came out in May and November. It was May and then updated in November out of Harvard. And but basically it comes down to a few things. Landlords are willing to wait, i.e. sit on a vacant property in the hopes of a better market and getting a better return. And that can be just in general, hey, we think the market's going to turn up, and if we wait a little longer, we'll get a better rent. Or we'll get that better individual tenant. We're going to get the best tenant. And sometimes you don't get all the tenants at one time. So you think, okay, I'm talking to one that may be my only option. Maybe I'll wait a little while till I get a better option. And so that can lead to extended vacancies. And some of the other factors associated with that are, as I just said, limited choice of tenants at any given time. You might have one, you might have two, maybe you hope for a third, you want a competitive market. And again, it's tough right now because there's a lot of vacancies. It's a buyer's market, not a seller. And then the key factor there is the length of retail leases. They tend to average more than half, average over 10 years. And the reason for that is there's typically very large tenant improvement costs, and those are often provided as budgets to new tenants. So a landlord will give a budget to make those tenant improvements. If you think about ground floor retail and presentation, there's a lot that goes into those as opposed to just an office or a residence. You just need the four walls and then some outlets and a window. You don't need a lot of presentation quality improvements. And so those lead to longer leases to amortize those costs over the term of the lease. And that's one of the reasons, we'll see these vacancies. People are waiting for the long-term commitment. Next slide, please. So real quick, we kind of wanted to get into the vacancy trends. I'm sorry I'm rushing, guys, but hopefully we'll get to the good stuff. Just kind of real quick, we did give you some tables and charts and didn't give you a lot of explanation, but try to hit the highlights. Generally, what you're experiencing in Palo Alto is generally consistent with the national trends. Again, the e-commerce, the office workers not being there have led to real pressures on your brick and mortar retail spaces. And not all markets. Some markets are doing really well, some are not. So there's kind of winners and losers regionally based on a lot of different factors, based on, again, the strength of those other markets that support retail. So some areas have actually done quite well. And those areas tend to be the ones that have a thriving office market. And they have a lot of customers there. Downtown and total Palo Alto, all the areas that we studied, are at a 10-year high in terms of vacancies. The kind of nadir, the low point was around 2014, 2015. And it was increasing pretty obviously even before COVID. So between 2014, 2015, and 2020, vacancies were creeping up noticeably. The differences that we've seen between the areas that we looked at, the smaller neighborhood serving areas have stayed relatively low in terms of their vacancy rates, and they've been more steady. So there's been less fluctuation in the vacancy rates. That's generally, you read the literature, kind of expected. And the reason is that their customer base is more consistent. These tend to be more the convenience and neighborhood serving areas. So they've got that built-in customer base. It's the residents that live nearby primarily and office workers that service those areas. The larger market areas, downtown, Cal Ave, those are more oriented and supported by the office workers. So we've seen greater changes there. And those are larger markets because of those office workers, but when they're not there, there's more to lose. The highest vacancy rates happen to be in the highest rent areas. Again, downtown, town and country, Cal Ave, and SN is Santa Monica. We looked at Santa Monica as well, and they had the highest per square foot rates. They also had more fluctuation in their vacancy rates and rental rates, and had some of the biggest impacts, particularly with COVID. Rent rates are increasing slowly, steadily, despite the increasing vacancies. And that gets back to that long-term commitment. They tend to kind of lock in. If you think about it, you got a 10-year lease, you're probably going to have modest escalators year over year. And so you lock in these long, steady rates. And then, subsequent markets are going to kind of key into those as well. So overall, hitting the strategies, this is the good part. So we've got about 8 different strategies to kind of discuss, 5 main categories, There's allow more retail, formula retail on Cal Ave. That's something that seemed to be a significant focus and seems to be some support for. So we'll get into that. We've got slides for each of these to kind of get into some examples. Allow non-retail on ground floor or former retail spaces. So there's other uses that don't fit the current definition of retail or retail-like. There are other uses that are permitted, but there are certain restrictions. So we're going to look at those more closely. One of the options is to maybe focus the RPO to the core areas. And part of that is trying to right size. Again, we've got 460,000 square feet of vacant square and retail space in the area. That's a lot to absorb. And so the market needs to adjust. And right now, your regulations don't allow you to really adjust. So if you got vacancies, and the RPO requires them to effectively remain. And if there's not a market to replace them with retail, you're going to have these vacancies persist. One of the things we can do is also lower the relief standards. So there are some provisions to find exceptions or relief from the RPO and the R and the G. Well, the RPO and the R combining district have relief provisions. However, they're very tough and arguably impossible to meet. So there are some alternatives there, and we'll get into that. And then, a big broad one is simplify the code, make it user friendly. And that means for everybody. That's not just applicants, that's staff as well. There's a lot of opportunities there. Your code is pretty old, and what happens is they just get more and more complicated with time. It's just the natural course of things. Okay. Sorry, throat's getting dry. It's been a long day. Zoning strategies. So the first one is what can we do with formula retail? So we wanted to give you some examples. So one of the differences is maybe you limit to just restaurants or certain franchises. Right now, the Palo Alto Code is all formula retail. Anybody that has 10 similar type uses, franchises, if you will. So that would be fast food, that would be restaurants, coffee shops, any retailer. You're going to require a conditional use permit for them to come in. So one example might be to, for instance, Coronado restricts fast food separately from other uses. So they have different standards. Santa Monica also limits their formula to just fast food restaurants. They don't apply it to other uses. So they have a restriction, but it's limited to fast food. So that might be an option. And you could open up some of those other uses, again, coffee shops and other types of retailers, for instance. That might bring a little vitality. One of the advantages of formulas is sometimes they've got a little more money, they've got a little pizzazz, they become the hot thing, and they can actually drive business not only to themselves, but also bring more foot traffic to the area and support the other uses. So it's one of my professors said years ago, the economies of agglomeration. All these uses work together. So that's one of the options there. I will note in Coronado, some of those particular ways that they do it. So formula fast food requires a minor special use permit. They limit to 2 fast food to any particular site and a maximum of 10 for the district. And Coronado, they're really talking about, it's the kind of hotel district from like the Hotel Del down Orange Avenue. One option is to change your franchise thresholds. Palo Alto is now any 10 similar type uses or brands or franchises within the nation goes for any business. Again, Santa Monica, they have a higher standard. It's 150 would be the threshold before it would count as a franchise or a formula, and it's limited to just restaurants. Coronado is closer to what Palo Alto does. It's 15 restaurants or any other business. So again, they've got 2 tiers. They've got formula fast food and formula businesses. I said retail, but businesses. But their standard is 15 of any that share a name, a logo, a brand, etc. So that's one way you could potentially be a little more flexible and maybe allow a few uses to come in and hopefully generate some more activity and support those other uses as well, add a little more vitality. Another thing that can be done with or without those combinations for formula could be allow some by right, again, based on perhaps, or without a CUP. You could do maybe have some thresholds there for size by number or the concentration of area. So for example, in Bristol, Rhode Island, anything over 2,500 square feet is prohibited in their downtown, but they do allow less than 2,500 square feet with a CUP. So the idea there is you've got a number, you've got a threshold there based on size. In San Francisco, they have formula retail ordinance they've had for quite a while, and they allow, they actually prohibit in some districts, and then they require a CUP in other districts. So again, some of the mechanisms you can do there. One of the things that they do in San Francisco also is formula retail. Anything greater than 20,000 square feet requires an economic impact study. So, it's a big use. You're going to have to show, that this is going to kind of fit with the broader community, and you get a full analysis of what that happens. Grocery stores are accepted. And then another example is in Idaho. They have a simple mechanism. They just say, basically, if you're going to have a formula retail, we limit formula to 10% of that category of businesses or like businesses. So if you got clothing stores or restaurants, for example, a maximum of 10% would be allowed to be formula. So it would always be kept as a minority use. I kind of like that approach. Okay, we can go through them and then maybe we can come back. I wanted to make sure I explain these to you in our limited time. And then we'll probably end up talking some more during, maybe the ad hoc committee and at a subsequent meeting. So another one is to allow non-retail on the ground floor, GF ground floor. One is to allow another examples. I didn't cite the examples, but it was brought up in the Street Sense. It was brought up in Santa Monica and other communities that we've talked to. They allow it where it's not street facing. So it can be behind the street facing use, it can be on the side street. So that makes sense. That's consistent with the stakeholder input that we had. One of the complaints was this is applied to side streets where there really isn't even a demand for typical Main Street type street front retail. So you can be more flexible there. Another option there is to, now that we're very aware and you've got measurement of your vacancies and you can track that relatively easily, you can use that as one of your thresholds. So when vacancies exceed a standard, you can be more flexible. And so the example here is vacancies exceed 5% in the district for more than 6 months. That actually was a standard you used to have, I understand. And that would, you were able to give grant relief to that. I'm not sure when that changed, but that's a Palo Alto former code provision. Other examples are, again, kind of using the other factors or such as size, proximity, or concentration. So some examples that we can do would be to, for example, depends if you look at what you're permitting. So if you're allowing minimum 25% ground floor must be commercial, you actually have standards like that now in your mixed use development standards. And so you can do that for other uses. And the idea is, again, you can set a parameter and say, hey, we're going to allow a certain amount or we're going to require a certain amount. So in certain areas for mixed use buildings or sites, you have a requirement now to require at least 25% for commercial. And balance could be something else. So that gives you a kind of a parameter and a point of reference or a kind of starting point. Max 15% of the total floor area. You've got a provision now in the town and country zone or the zone covers town and country it limits offices to 15% of the total floor area. So a slightly different twist on that. You can also do frontage. So one example is in San Francisco. They have a kind of a tiered system, but the assumption is 30%. If you end up with more than 30%, they use this for their formula retail, but you could use it for other non-retail uses. The presumption is if you have more than 30% within a 300-foot radius of the actual like building frontage or frontage facing the street, that's going to be a limit. And so they've actually got a range of 20 to 30, depending when you get into the details. Another example is in the mixed use specific plan in Thousand Oaks. It covers Thousand Oaks Boulevard. They have a maximum 50% non-commercial or non-retail, or a minimum 50% retail. You can measure it either way. And that's limited to buildings over 100 feet of frontage. So small buildings, they provide an exception for. So there's a lot of different little kind of tools and mechanisms you can use. And our job is not to come up with a precise one here, but to get you enough to get some ideas and some ideas of what you think might work well in Palo Alto, what might be palatable. One of the other things that you've got are a number of restrictions on fitness and exercise facilities. Main ones over 1,800 square feet are either prohibited or trigger a conditional use permit, depending on which zone you're in. The industry standard is just under 3,000 square feet for these types of uses. And so maybe you could allow 2,500 or 3,000 square feet without a conditional use permit. That brings a lot of vitality to the street. I was at a bakery the other day, and while we were sitting there, 15, 20 people came through and were buying pastries at the local bakery. And they all came from the Pilates studio directly across the street. So after class was done, generated a lot of business. So that would be a very easy fix, something to do. Another one would be the maximum size per use without a conditional use permit. So there's a number of different provisions in, by example, Palo Alto Code, amongst others, where you have straight up limitations. And I had notes, I don't have my speaker notes up, restaurants, 5,000 square feet, offices, 3,000 square feet, commercial recreation, 5,000 square feet, for example. So you can pick and choose depending on the particular uses, and that might be a way to go. You can kind of customize it. And then one idea was even just, kind of the separation is not avoiding that concentration. So maybe have separation distances. And so you might want to limit the number per block or within, again, a perimeter of each other. So that's similar to the third bullet there, where you have 30% of the maximum frontage, building frontage within a 300-foot radius. So again, you're trying to limit it. I will note there, one other option was, and I didn't point it out, with the formula retail in Coronado, they limit trying to think if it's the restaurants or the businesses. I think it's the restaurants to a 50-foot frontage. So they require them to be small format and fit into the kind of standard rhythm of typical retail spaces. 25 and 50 foot are very typical. Okay, moving along. These are some of the juicier ones. Allow other viable active uses. So there were a number of different uses that came up in the discussions, particularly with the stakeholders, things that they wanted to try. They're similar. Why not allow pet grooming, for example? You've also got restrictions on beauty shops, nail salon, barber shops, small learning centers, and daycare. Those are your personal service businesses. Those all generate foot traffic, bring people there, keep them there, and then hopefully people go and do some other errands and support your other uses. So those are important complementary uses. Retail zones are not just retail. You could argue that they're in many ways the minority. They need these other uses. You need that variety that generate uses throughout the day and change the patterns and draw people in and out. Medical office with a retail component, lifestyle and health services. So that was something that had come up several times. There's some examples that we had, some very specific examples where It was an optometrist that was a licensed optometrist, was not allowed because they have a medical license. But you could have an unlicensed somebody selling glasses and providing very much the same services in very much the same format would be allowed because they're not a licensed doctor. That doesn't seem really equitable. So some options there. Okay, limit RPO applicability. Again, this gets back to the idea of kind of right sizing. RPO is citywide, so all retail is protected and restricted from changing to non-retail uses. The options for getting out of that are extremely burdensome and tough to do non-retail. So once you go to retail, you're stuck there, and that can have that deterrent effect of people wanting to invest. Yeah, I'd like to do retail now, but I'm not going to get into this business and then be limited to only retail. So one of the ideas is, let the market adjust. And so one of the ideas is, some of the suggestions from the stakeholders were just rescind it, remove it entirely. I think there's other smaller steps, and that might be remove the citywide applicability and focus on the areas that you really want. And so perhaps on the core areas and let the non-core areas evolve over time. And it doesn't mean that they have to leave. The zoning still allows retail, still allows other uses, but the market can adjust over time. And if it becomes a strong market, great. If the market's there, those uses will remain. But if the market's weak, you'd probably prefer to direct those toward your Cal Ave and your downtown streets and maybe some of the other El Camino nodes. So one of the ideas is, what are your priority areas? Where, if you had to concentrate, where did you want to keep it? What's most important to you? And again, just to be aware of the possible effects, retail would remain to be allowed if you were to remove the RPO requirement. It's allowed, it's not required. That's the difference. It allowed the market to balance, reduce retail over time with demand or increase with demand. And allows former retail to convert to other uses over time in non-RPO areas, obviously. And then, it's possible that by removing that restriction, you may attract new retail investment because there's more flexibility. It's less risky. They've got options, right? If the retail doesn't work out, they know they can put other commercial uses in there. So something to consider. This one I brought up before, easier relief. Right now, the RPO requires economic hardship standard is an unconstitutional taking. That's the highest level you could obviously go. I think it's unnecessary. I don't think I've ever seen that in any other code, frankly. So that's an option. You can lower that. There is a provision for alternative active uses, number 2. That makes a reasonable standard. It's basically a practical difficulty. The demonstration for that, number 3, is a lot of subjective terms in there. It requires things like 10 years of history, pretty high bar that if you really want to deny something, you can deny something. It makes it really easy to deny and reject something. It makes it really hard to allow a relief from this use. So we think that that's an opportunity and the easy fix. I don't know how many things have been actually denied or even tried to go through this. I suspect that most people would look at this code and not even bother. And it may even be discouraging people from coming into Palo Alto if they were smart and they looked at the code and they went, oh my gosh, what am I getting into here? This is full of booby traps. And lastly is to simplify the zoning code. Make it easier for staff, applicants, and the public. It's really hard to navigate and get it right. And every time you get it right, you find another provision. It's full of double negatives and exceptions and exclusions. It's really complicated. And that has an effect. It has an effect on your staff. It has effect on, in fact, generates a culture in and of itself. If you try to administer that code, it's got an impression, right? And it's going to come off, and people are going to get a feeling of, no. In fact, one of the comments we had is there's a culture of no, and this code is very much about no. And so there's a lot of opportunity for cleaning it up. In general, there's lots of opportunity just to make it easier to understand. It can be organized, standardize the procedures and the format. Again, it's developed over time, and there's a lot of inconsistency. Simple intent and purpose statements, and there's a good number of those in there. But again, organizing the whole thing. Objective standards. There's a lot of subjective standards in there, and that's a actually it's a requirement now to eliminate those, particularly with the housing requirements. Simple processes, just make it easy. Clear and comparative use tables. That's the one I was saying to staff. If you started anywhere, I would start there. That's going to give you, it's relatively easy to do. It's a good exercise. You'll learn a lot about your code just by trying to put it into a table. And then it makes it easy to understand what the differences are between the various zones and the various uses. So I think that's a really good tool you could do first. Formal interpretations, they happen and they should be recorded. Some codes have a system for that where at least they get saved somewhere, and then they're reused. And ultimately, you take those interpretations and you update your code and codify them over time. And eliminate the confusing, the redundancy, the duplication, the conflicts, the double negatives. Just number one here, 7.1. One thing that we're looking at is the CN zone has a use table. Then there's a Midtown use table. Well, the Midtown implementing zone is the CN. So you've got two use tables, but they're different based on the geography. Opportunity to combine them. Then there's also a ground floor use table that goes with that zone. Then it's redundant with your GF combining district that also overlaps with the CN in Midtown. So there's a lot going on there. And so every time you think you got an answer, you need to go look at 3 or 4 other locations. So that's just one example. And there's many. Multiple conflicts where the GF or the R combining district allows a use that's not listed in the underlying district. So when we did our kind of comparative tables, we're noting that certain uses are silent in the base zone. I'm trying to think of one of them. One was I think it was real estate office or something like that. It's not clear if that's allowed or not. It's presumed to be prohibited if it's not listed. But then it's allowed as a CUP in the GF or the R district. And it kind of makes you go, well, if it's allowed with a CUP in this focused area that we're most concerned about, shouldn't it be allowed more broadly without a CUP in the base zone? So there's some weird things there, and then maybe there's an answer, maybe there's an interpretation, but there's a lot of things like that kind of set up some question marks and make it difficult. And we talked about fitness studios. There's also similar provision where it talks about studios over 1,800 square feet and requiring a CUP, but it doesn't really say what about the ones under 1,800 square feet. So it creates these kind of gaps and holes. So that's a lot. We could go back and talk about these, but it's after 10 o'clock. We were supposed to have a hard stop originally we were going to stop at 9. We didn't start till 9:30. I appreciate you guys listening to your patience and your endurance going through this. But happy to take some questions. But we did want to cover the upcoming meetings. We did work out kind of anticipating that you've got a busy schedule, building in some more ad hoc committee meetings where we've got a little more flexibility. So we've got one scheduled, I think, for the 26th, right before the March 27th PTC meeting. We can come back and talk about these in more detail at both of those meetings. And then we tentatively scheduled again to come back in April for ad hoc, and then hopefully making recommendations in May, and then getting to City Council in June. So thank you for being patient with me. Appreciate it. Want to ask some questions?
Thank you for that. Do my colleagues have any quick questions? Our consultant is offered to answer if you.
Let the other people go first, non-ad hoc people, since we get to talk to them.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to make a quick process suggestion. I know the consultant needs to go, and I mean, my own list here is like 9 questions long. Admittedly, I'm on the ad hoc, so I can ask him questions later on. But if Commissioner Liu and Commissioner Heckman, who are not on the ad hoc, have questions, maybe they can send them to Ms. French. And then that way, like if they're in a similar boat as I am with a long list of questions, maybe they can send them to Ms. French. But if there are short questions, then I think maybe we can address those.
So I don't actually need to ask questions of the consultant tonight, but I am interested in dialoguing with the ad hoc committee. And I just want to make sure when the consultant leaves tonight, are we going to keep going so we can hear the ad hoc committee has met, right?
Yes.
Right. And so I was thinking that part of tonight is the report we got, but part is also to hear some initial dialogue from the ad hoc. Is that going to happen or what? Or not?
I believe that is scheduled to happen. Yes.
Okay. All right.
The ad hoc.
Yeah. So I don't have questions for the consultant.
Okay.
And we can see if Commissioner Liu does.
Thank you for that. Commissioner, is that you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
After George.
George's hand is not up.
Then I will go.
I don't want to wake him.
Dan, do you have the packet that the staff report that we had? Otherwise, we can bring it up. Can you bring up packet page 195, Amy?
It's slide 9 of the original presentation that you had. But it says retail trends, vacancy rates.
Yep, that's what I want. So when I look at present day is where all these lines kind of go flat, but the top line still has some jiggles going forward. Is that a typo, or are you projecting wiggles in the future?
Good question. And that is not my wiggles and jiggles. That is from a service that we use called CoStar. And so they're tracking that. So they're showing, they expect some changes to occur. So it's not just a flat line. Hey, we ended at 15% and, we're going to project it out flat line. So some of these areas, they do show flat, some increasing slightly, but they expect some volatility. That top bar, if you look at it, is it up? Oh, I don't think that's the one you wanted, is it?
Oh, no.
You're looking at the vacancy rates, Amy, if it's the one. If you want. There you go. Yeah.
Do you know how they extrapolate going out, or is it some black box that you?
It's a little bit of a black box. Yeah, we'd have to ask, but they didn't explain it. So most of it is reported. So up to the first quarter or the last quarter of 2023, those are actual data points, and then it's kind of funny, but it is kind of funny how they expect it to specifically bounce in kind of through 2024, basically. Particularly, I'm looking at that top bar in particular, which is Santa Monica. One thing that I think in the literature and what's happening in the markets is a lot of the loans that people took out to build these spaces are coming due. And that's another real estate bubble. And so that's putting extra pressure on the market. So aside from the e-commerce and the loss of markets retail, a lot of people are somewhat upside down on these properties. Not all of them, but some of them are upside down where they're worth less than they owe. And so I'm suspecting that they're looking at, they may know something that we don't in terms of when some of these loans and things are coming due.
Okay, and can you now move up to the 3 more slides? Let's see, 4 more. Let's see, on packet page 200, which is slide 14.
Yeah, rent per square foot. Yeah, oh, you just.
Okay, yep, right, there we go. Okay, so if you showed me these 2 plots, I would say they're not the same time period, or not, because we have vacancies dramatically rising, but yet rents are still going up.
Yep.
And I understand that they will hold off looking for the best tenant, but at some point, doesn't supply and demand kick in?
Yeah, you think it would, and I think that's why I was talking about why do these vacancies persist, and to the same point, why do these rents persist? And I think it is that long-term investment that people lock into these rates, and I think owners are very reluctant to backslide and kind of ratchet down and set a new lower mark. They'd rather kind of keep it where it is and go as vacancies until they get somebody. So all of these have a very similar trend line. If you look at that rate between where they are and where they end up, even despite the few of the bumps, very consistent angles. They're all different rental rates, but those trends are very consistent. Those slopes are very consistent. They get a little bumpier when there's more variation as you get up in the higher rent areas. There's more variation. Again, the top bar is Santa Monica. That's the most expensive per square foot. And you see that they were much more variation.
Can I just, because our packet page covers, the little packet page number covers up the legend. So what's the brown line and what's the black line again?
Yeah. So I'll orient you. So I'll go top to bottom. So the top dark gray is Santa Monica. That's kind of the 3rd Street Promenade district around that area. The blue line is downtown.
Downtown Palo Alto.
Yep. The gray line is town and country. So they've got very high rates. They're right there with downtown. And then that kind of brick red is Santa Monica's Main Street. So they're kind of right in the middle of everybody. And then the green line, I guess is the next one down. That's Midtown.
Yeah.
The orange line is Cal Ave. The red line is El Camino Real near, I guess it says south, but it's really more east toward Los Altos. The pink line, the magenta, is Los Altos. That's their CRS zone. And the brown line, where did it go? The last line is I think that's El Camino near Cal Ave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I look at the differential, they all move together, but also the spacing seems to be fairly constant. And so I understand why people...
correction, interestingly enough, I think there's a correction kind of post-COVID. You see, everybody's got a little dip and wiggle in 2023. And I think that what I was saying before is there's a lot of loans coming due. And I think that this is kind of my projection. I haven't heard that precisely tied into that, but I've been reading about there's a lot of kind of insolvency in the market, and a lot of loans are coming due. And there's a big trend called extend and pretend. And the idea is we're going to extend our loan and pretend that everything's okay, and I'm going to still pay my mortgage at the same rates based on the same assumptions that I'm earning, and I'm getting the same rents, and I have the same number of clients and tenants, when that's not the reality. And that was done during the Great Recession. And actually, I think it worked out pretty well because things did recover. And so the extend and pretend for a time period worked out well. There was all sorts of financial incentives and assistance, and the market did rebound dramatically. And so people were able to kind of continue on and pay off a lot of the mortgages. A lot of people didn't.
When you compare, for example, downtown Palo Alto with Los Altos, it's like 50% larger rent. Is that because downtown Palo Alto, is that much more lucrative, or is there some expectation and it's not necessarily more lucrative?
Yeah, it's all relative. It's the laws of real estate. It's all about location, location, location. So those have had higher rents. They were higher, better markets because they could command more rent because they had a greater market share. You had a better environment. You had a long 4-block Main Street. You had a really strong, thriving office market. You had lots of customers. So there's a lot of different reasons for that, but basically each one represents its relative strength in the broad market.
What's your experience? How widespread is rent setting software, where you buy a service that tell you how much to rent your?
That I don't know. Yeah, I don't. I wouldn't go there, but you could ask some of your property managers would probably have some better answers for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Great. Good questions.
Does anyone else have?
I guess I'll have one more comment. Okay. Is that we have this statement that we have too much office space and that we should, too much commercial space, and we consider having alternate uses. And so if we reduce the amount of retail, these curves would go up even higher. And when I look at the top plot, the blue line of downtown, if we made that become even steeper because we cut back on the amount of retail, I'm afraid that we'd be pricing out even more. And would the vacancy problem actually go worse? That they would now be able to hold out for even more.
I think what you don't see in here is again, these rates are spread over these, let's say average 10 years, a lot of them are over 10 years. It's like averages like 60% are over 10-year leases, 10 years or more. So it's locking in rates. Those could be empty. That's what's happening in the office market. People are paying their rent, but there may not be people there. And you can sustain that for a while, and then something's going to happen ultimately. So that's the kind of extend and pretend. People are hoping that they're going to fill that space and get tenants back in there at a comparable rate. But yeah, ultimately it may have to change. I don't know if it's going to go down. I think there's a lot of weakness in there, so it's going to be hard for people to ask for higher rents if the market keeps getting weaker. There will be some corrections, and you can see on those higher rents, you see those bumps and jiggles are more pronounced. The more expensive areas. Particularly that Santa Monica one is pretty.
What is strange to me is that when you compare these lines, the ones with the highest rents are the ones with the highest vacancies.
Mm-hmm.
So again, let's like supply and demand is not kicking in.
Comparison, can I ask a question about you just mentioned that, there's long leases. We've heard this before for retail, and there's also the retail build out or restaurant build out, as the case may be. But what's the average what about office? Because we also hear about long timelines for office.
Yeah, the offices tend to average between 5 and 7 year leases. So they're shorter. Their tenant improvement costs are much less than retail. It's
helpful just because we hear all the time, Stanford Research Park, and we've got like a 25-year lease, and obviously it's different in downtown probably.
Yeah. Your market may be a little different. And I don't know if we've got access to that data, what it averages for Palo Alto. But that's an industry standard.
I think that's one of the critical things for us, because I also know that we are off the charts unique in terms of our jobs housing imbalance, and therefore like our zip code, it's very attractive to have an office here, and so we've been beating back office with the goal of having some retail or having some housing, because always we're told that by developers that they want office. And so I guess my question to you is, given that we know that we are an outlier, specific to how desirable our office space is, some of the recommendations that you proposed about, allowing alternative uses, I think our concern is that if they were long leases or if they were an office use, that my gosh, we could end up with nothing else here. And so I just wanted to know if there are other jurisdictions that you've worked in, because there are some really interesting ideas from other jurisdictions that you just shared with us. Are there other ones that you've worked with that have been in a similar situation where the office space is just so desirable?
Yeah, in fact, some of it may not be a direct answer to you, but some of the areas have, like I said, some of the retail in some areas is doing really well, and it happens to be where the office market is thriving and really doing well. Palo Alto, however, your office market has also experienced very similar patterns in terms of the vacancies. They're way up. I've got a chart. If I can share my screen, let's see if I can do that. See if I can get it really quick.
One question, Dan, for that previous plot that showed the rents, was that per month or per year?
The rents are, I think those are quarterly, reported quarterly.
So,
so they and if you look at the individuals, there's a chart, and behind that is they do vary quite a bit. Actually, there's quite a bit of range.
But
I'm sorry, that was a different
vertical
one.
axis,
I'm thinking of is a different chart.
When I see $60, does that mean $60 per month rent or $60 per year rent?
Per square foot, I believe it's probably rental. It's monthly. I'm assuming.
Okay, that's.
Yeah, let's see if I got the right chart here.
Yeah.
Oops, I missed it. Shoot, I grabbed the wrong one. Hang on. No, I grabbed the wrong document.
Dan, is this packet 199? It's got a table of.
It's a different one. I wanted to show you the office one, and I just grabbed the wrong one. Sorry, hang on. Okay, here we go. And I just wanted to show you that the vacancy rates and total floor area in Palo Alto has gone way up. And where is it? This is it. Share. Okay, are you seeing my screen?
Yes, we see it.
Okay. I can put in presentation mode. Maybe that'd be a little better. There it goes. There you go, a little bit bigger. So this is Palo Alto. Well, it's all the same communities and areas that we looked at. Downtown is the blue line on top here. And you can see, again, the general trend is we had vacancies under 100,000 square feet for everybody. It's down low. And then with COVID, way up, took a little recovery in late 2021, and then, keeps heading up again. I've got my laser.
I'm laughing because everything to the right of the dotted line is like fake, right? I mean, it's a projection, but how do we not know? Well, how do we know that it's not going to keep going up?
The dotted line is, I was kind of keying that in because the first solid line is kind of 2020 when COVID hit or just before it hit. So I was just trying to kind of bookend that. What I was trying to note here with the dotted lines on some of my slides was really kind of an anomaly. There's some significant changes happening in late 2023, and so I just kind of booking that to see. And it's similar to the retail. The trend lines are all up, pretty dramatic during COVID. Some recovery. So some have come back down, like Cal Ave peaked in late 2022 and is kind of bumped along, but it's down right now. It's good, and then it's up a little bit at the end of 2023, and then you can see the projection. Kind of thinking it's going to continue up. I think generally these larger markets, CoStar is projecting that they're going to remain up or kind of be a slow incline for a while. And I think that's just as things work through the market, working through those gaps. I don't know their magic box between them, but you do see a lot of there's some volatility. You saw a lot of changes going on here. Office, it says rent per square foot. That title is wrong. Sorry. This is a total square foot, not rent per square foot. And then what's the other one? These are the vacancy rates. So you can see they were kind of up and down, up and down, up and down. I didn't do the trend lines on this one to make it a little cleaner, but you can see again, like the retail ones, it was kind of lower. Their low point in vacancy rate was 2015, 2017, and then started to head up right before COVID. So there's some softness in there, and then really hit with COVID. And then obviously you see, kind of the craziness this interestingness last year. There's a lot of changes going on. So some are heading up and some are headed down. So there's some things happening here, and I can't totally explain that. But the point is, there's quite a bit of total. Sorry, I'm going the wrong direction. Total floor area. So right now we're sitting at 360,000 square feet or more in the downtown area. A lot. Then you've got another 125 or so, 130 in Cal Ave of vacant office. It's a lot to absorb. So I don't think that's your threat right now. And again, ground floor spaces are not really where offices want to be. They're also more expensive in terms of tenant improvements, typically, because you've got that glass, the front, more presentation space. So offices aren't really, it's not their most desirable place to be. And we know it hasn't been, it's not the reason for your retail vacancies, because you've got vacancies even with the RPO that prevents, or with the other code that prevents office from taking over. So we know that's not crowding out retail, or hasn't. So maybe that was a threat in 2015, but I don't think doesn't look like it's going to be a threat for any foreseeable future.
I'm still a little confused by the previous plot that was showing like $44 per square foot per month, because
can I just suggest, I think that it's late, they're supposed to go.
Okay.
We can take it offline and maybe ask them all their questions.
Way past our bedtimes. Yeah. So anyway, but yeah. This is the rent per square foot for retail. Retail,
yeah. But
the offices are similar patterns, though. They have similar patterns. They're higher. That's what I remember. I don't have that chart handy with me, though.
Okay, we'll talk during the ad hoc.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I know our consultants want to go, so I think we'll bring it back.
So that's a hard stop at 10:34.
Thanks a lot,
Thank you for
Dan.
staying with us. I really appreciate it. A lot of good insights.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, you guys.
And so good night to our consultants, and we will bring it back to the commission for discussion. What?
Oh, George has his hand up now. Oh, he did.
I just want to make a quick note. Those numbers are almost certainly dollars per square foot per year. Those kind of line up with my understanding of what a typical rent is. And I think it's also quite often that retail rents are calculated per year. So
that makes more sense, because typically office rent in Palo Alto is around $9 per square foot per month. And retail would not be 5 times that. So
okay, I just want to double check and make sure we don't have any public speakers.
No, I have no public comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, back to us. How would you like to proceed? Because
well, why doesn't the ad hoc just give a quick update?
And then you don't want to discuss this anymore?
Well, I think we can discuss it, but I think it would be helpful to Commissioners Liu and Heckman if they understood just how little we've actually accomplished, so that you know.
and Suma.
And Suma, yes. And Suma.
I also think that the new slides that we saw were very different than what we had before, and we didn't have an opportunity to really absorb them and they had more specific suggestions. So if you would like to move to the ad hoc report, we'll take that now.
I took some notes and just some interesting things. Part of the discussion is the same thing we talked about here, is that supply and demand doesn't seem to be kicking in. And that really bothered me. They gave us a paper that showed that landlords really want the best long-term tenant they can. And if they have to leave their spot open for 2 years, 3 years while they're looking for it, that's good, because the leases are so long that they do not want to have a bad tenant. They want it, so they're really being picky. And so that's part of the reason, is that maybe that it's just the standard case of them being picky. And a lot of landlords being picky at the same time. And no one's, it's a game of chicken kind of, right? If I think that I can get this money by waiting another year, I'm not going to, but if you think now everyone's going to undercut you, then you may start cutting it. But no one's cutting rents right now. At least on average, it is not.
But essentially what we discussed in the ad hoc was sort of level setting on what our goals are, how difficult it is actually to get additional data. And so I think there was kind of consensus among the ad hoc committee members that we're just going to really try and focus on low-hanging fruit. Our understanding from staff is that staff's goal is to, by June, have a set of potential strategies that we present to council. So sort of in the vein of these 5 things that that Mr. Weary just presented to us. So if we can get, I think that there's also some interest on the ad hoc of potentially maybe being even more concrete than just buckets of, 5 or 6 buckets or whatever strategies. But that I think that there was a general understanding that the data is difficult to get. And yet there are problems that we know that we do have. So let's just focus now on zeroing on which ones of those we think that we as a city should really move on. And the consultants and staff asked us, what should we be presenting to the PTC, which is why we asked for this additional data, because we, the PTC, have not seen the CalAV information, and that was useful. Similarly, we had that question about rents and supply and demand, which is why they gave us this paper. And then finally, this wasn't the ad hoc, but this was in the pre-meeting on Tuesday for this meeting. Chair Suma and I suggested that it would be very helpful to give examples of, rather than just broadly saying relaxed formula retail, to give us a sense of what that could mean, so that to provide some more color, so that since we don't have actual data of, retailers saying you should do this, then knowing what other cities have done might give us ideas of things that we could possibly consider. Mm-hmm. Does anybody have additions to that?
Yeah, I go along with all of that. Some of what you saw in Dan's presentation tonight is a response to the questions that we were struggling with in the ad hoc. The level of complexity is a little higher than I would have expected, given the questions that we asked, but the direction is better. So I think we're beginning to get more useful guidance out of this than we had before.
And then one of the questions that Dan particularly is not a fan of the RPO. And so we're talking about, well, suppose that you want to cut back on it, what do you do? And one of the things he was saying is like, well, maybe El Camino, you pull back on that and say, we're going to let the market dictate. But downtown, you may still want that to be retail if that's because you want the critical mass. And so areas where you don't think you quite have critical mass, do you pull back and let the market determine whether you have retail or not? That if you're trying to balance it over the city, that may be a better approach, but the people who live near El Camino now may not have any retail. But so how important is that critical mass? Or do you pull it in on the edges of downtown and say, we're going to shrink downtown? Or do you just say, leave it as is? There's different options. And right now, we don't have good data to say what to do. And that's one of the problems, is that you don't want to just be kind of making these knee-jerk decisions.
We have to be
guessing of, my intuition says that we should do this, as opposed to having some type of data or some type of, like, some other city had this problem and they did this and it helped. That would give you some more guidance, as opposed to just using your intuition of what you think is going to work out.
We have to be a little careful about focusing too much on RPO, because if you look at the charts, you can see exactly the same trends in, say, Santa Monica as here. And of course, they don't have an RPO. So this is an indication that it's the other factors that are more important. And as a counterexample, there's Los Altos, which doesn't have an RPO and also doesn't show the same trends. So what we're trying to do is get at what those other factors are, rather than just immediately attacking the RPO.
So what I would say is that we are now all, as like staff consultants and the ad hoc, more aligned on where we're headed. And where I think there may still be a little bit more of a gap is specifically on the RPO. I think that for all the reasons that Commissioner Aiken announced, just elucidated, we, the ad hoc at least, were a little bit more leery of making large tweaks to the RPO, but because there's already so many other low-hanging fruit, like relaxing formula retail in various ways, that might not have as long-ranging consequences in the form of like long leases that we can, if you get a tenant in some place, you can't boot them. So that always makes us a little bit nervous. Whereas if the goal is just to make things more attractive to retailers, reducing RPO doesn't necessarily directly do that. So I think that's kind of where we're leaning, but that's as far as we got. We had one hour and 15-minute meeting, and that was it.
Well, I would like to observe that I think that's a lot of progress, to be honest, because I think it's really honing in on where there's opportunity and where there may not be opportunity. So I think that's good for an hour and a half, personally.
But I think we would like to hear more from the three of you here who are not in the ad hoc as to whether you kind of concur with the direction that we're heading, or whether you have any concerns about that, or what you would like to know more about, so that as we noodle on things over the next 2 weeks and do more investigation, we know where to head.
Commissioner Liu?
Yeah, I agree that there's a lot of progress, and I was really impressed and pleased by a bunch of the work from Dan and the consultant team. And yeah, just appreciate the work that both Dan and also the ad hoc did, and kind of getting a pretty interesting list of concrete strategies in front of us. Maybe just a couple of questions. Was there any consideration of vacancy taxes?
Yeah, in fact, that's an interesting discussion in the Harvard paper that Dan passed along to us. And the short answer is he's almost convinced me. The trade-offs are it's difficult to set the level correctly, and what you get is not immediately reduced retail vacancy, but improved vacancy rates and a different kind of tenant. So you get more churn, you get lower end tenants. You get those tenants that the property managers otherwise would have ruled out. And that's not necessarily a bad trade-off, but we just need to understand it a little better.
Yeah. I think if you're sitting at 10% vacancy, then it may not be a good thing, because you really want long-term. But if you're getting to the point where you might be losing critical mass, there's so many empty spaces that no one wants to go down there anymore, you may be better off filling that with a second-tier retailer than having an empty storefront.
I thought there was great discussion of, how all these other policies played out in different contexts. and what it looked like. And I'd be curious for at least like a cursory look at different vacancy tax implementations. Like, yeah, I realize setting the rates is hard and tenant dynamics are really strange, but there must be some case studies out there that I'd personally be interested in looking at. Though, yeah, it might be something to time box if it's something that we don't think is likely to help us. The only other question that I had was, can someone kind of qualitatively talk about the plan for outreach to businesses and landlords and so on? Like, there's a bit of a discussion in the packet, but it wasn't super concrete to me, like the full scope of what we do in the near future. So yeah, any comments on like outreach I'd be curious about.
What was the last word you said? Outreach.
Any comments?
Well, the outreach, so essentially staff said, we've tried. We are super, super, super stretched, as we well know, right? They're working on housing element and many other things. So they asked the three of us, how much time do we have to do it? So that's where it stands.
Okay.
And unfortunately, when I asked Chair Suma, which contacts do you have? They were exactly the contacts that already have given us their feedback in the CalAV studies. So I don't think talking to them again would give us any new information per se, unless we have new questions to ask.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, I was struck by some of the conversation around the stakeholders that we were hearing from around I forget which exact aspect of the retail preservation, but how there was a mention about how stakeholders were almost entirely against this form of retail preservation. And to me, that sounded like those stakeholders were probably all landlords, which is fine. I think they're really important to talk to, but it wasn't
right. So we three ad hoc committee members intend to talk to some businesses. However, it depends on how much time we have, and we have yet to come up with the joint questionnaire. So we're going to try. And if you have any particular contact, specific contacts of people, then that would be helpful.
Yeah. Okay.
You reminded me of something else that came up earlier. We talk about the competition of the tenants for the attention of the landlords. What we haven't talked about very much is the competition among the landlords, which downtown is actually pretty limited. There aren't very many large property owners active downtown. So this means, I guess, there are fewer opportunities for the tenants to choose.
So, sorry, you were saying there's not very many large landlords downtown. In other words, there's a concentration of a few who hold a lot, is your point. Because the other interpretation of that would be that there's lots of tiny landlords. And I just wanted to make clear which one it was.
Oh, I'm sorry. That didn't occur to me. It was getting late. So there are large landlords. There are just not very many of them. And they account for a large fraction of the properties.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Commissioner Liu, you done?
Yes, thank you.
Sure. Okay. So as I understand the work of the ad hoc committee in its first meeting, and incidentally, thank the three of you who decided to take this on, to take it on, because it's a lot of work in a short amount of time, even if you're not interviewing individual business owners, which is like piling on. But it sounds like from your first meeting was really an opportunity to a group, sort of get your arms around the task, dialogue with the consultants about some additional information that you needed as a base to help you understand baselines, and that they've at least started to provide that in some of the documents that we saw tonight in the report, which it may have been the first time you saw those too. Okay. All right. So that's really helpful. So that is, people are starting to row in the right direction in the same rhythm, you and the consultants. And so I think that's a natural part of the process. I guess the thing that's really occurring to me is almost a broader picture, and that's sort of like setting expectations. So, Ms. French, when was our RPO adopted? What year was it? 2015?
I think it's 2015.
2015.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, yeah. 2015. So it was before I was on the commission and really wasn't paying attention to local politics at the time. But since I've joined the commission, the RPO it's like sacred, right? It's like this untouchable thing that is saving the fabric of Palo Alto. And what I'm sort of kind of curious about is, and we've seen that reflected in some of the things, at least to my perspective, that the commission has been involved in since I've been here. I'm remembering when we were asked to make recommendations on sort of softening some of the requirements at Town and Country, right, to see if we could up improve lower the vacancy rate, increase the tenant mix. There was another opportunity, I think, we had where we were asked to opine on medical retail, I think it was, right? And that one of those, one I thought was maybe broader, like could have been applicable on Cal Ave. But I don't know that either of those efforts went anywhere. I know the Town and Country ultimately didn't. They, I think, pretty much stayed where they had been. And my observation was, it seemed like we were still kind of cleaving to the RPO. And so as we start this exercise directed by the council, what I'm wondering is sort of what's changed. Is this an exercise that could lead to modification of the RPO, or is this an exercise that's going to try to change everything without changing, change as much as we can without touching the RPO? And I've heard, a number of, perhaps at least two of the three members of the ad hoc tonight suggest maybe the improvement to our local economy in the retail sense is not about modifying the RPO. It's these other things, because we're starting to see some of the statistics from places that don't have the RPO are tracking what we're doing. So it's making me wonder if there was, in the council direction that has created this process, was there some indication that the RPO was fair game, or that alternatively that what can we do to make things better without affecting the RPO? Can we have a sense of that?
I don't recall seeing there's a motion from council when they saw the street sense, and I don't recall them saying, don't touch the RPO. It's an interesting framing of this, because it's kind of like the 50-foot height limit, right? Are we going to go there? Is that okay to go there? And why would we go there? But I don't have the motion in front of me.
Yeah.
That might be something to talk about at the ad hoc before the next meeting.
Yeah, and that's really, well, I'm just planting a seed, because in sort of deciding what your output is going to be, if there are some constraints that you need to be aware of on the front end, again, because whatever recommendation this body sends to the city council, it's going to be with the hope that they'll take it and act on it. And so I don't want to do something that they think is, well, we're out of our lane, and then a lot of work, twice as much or more by the ad hoc committee, isn't fully realized.
I'll just say one more thing about that, and that is at the ad hoc meeting, John, the director, noted that when this thing was put on to the city, this restriction, there was not a lot of research, no research like what we're doing now to see if it should be modified. So that's kind of something to think about is, we just slapped it on basically.
Yeah.
Without, just as a knee jerk to, what's happening out there.
Yeah.
And now we're methodically and to a great level of detail trying to study it.
Well, yes and no, because the data that we have doesn't actually point specifically to it, unfortunately. But I did bring up in our ad hoc meeting exactly that, which is I'm hearing from one council member who is also on the council ad hoc that, oh no, we're not saying when we accepted the street sense report, because I read the motion, I didn't watch the entire meeting, but I did understand that there were some council members who objected to certain pieces of the street sense report and others, there wasn't necessarily wholesale agreement on every single recommendation. That's not the format in which the motion took, at least. So I think there's a little bit confusion, at least among certain council members, right, about what that motion actually meant. And then we saw in detail at the last council meeting I attended, that again, there was like confusion around interpretation of what the motion actually meant. So, right, it could be the motion to accept the street sense report is to accept the street sense report and implement all the recommendations that were outlined therein, or accept it just because, okay, we're done reading it, right? Like we agree, okay, we're accepting it. And so it's a good question that you asked, because that's also what I've been asking, which is like, so am I supposed to look at hacking away at the RPO or not? Because if I'm not supposed to and it's not going to be accepted, why would I do it? But if that's what we want to do, then great, that's what I'll do. So yes, there is a little bit of question there. And I brought that up, and Director Late's response was like, well, all I can do is look at the text of the motion.
So it was my observation, if you look at the text of the original motion, I concur with you. And then the last discussion, that there was a lot of exactly the same confusion, whether or not they were accepting the report because it was the last time they were going to see that particular consultant. But I didn't ever take it to mean that we would hack away at the RPO, nor did I mean that I thought it didn't mean we could make some adjustments. And I sort of think that may be what Commissioner Chang means when she says, let's get the low-hanging fruit. And it's very good information now to know from the ad hoc that there doesn't appear to be a correlation, at least in the other city studies, with the vacancy rate and having the RPO. So I don't think that it may be sacred for some people, but I think if there are adjustments that are correlated with solving problems, then that's, I think, what we're supposed to be doing.
Okay, then I guess the couple final observations I'd make is, first, we do have a consultant who clearly thinks the RPO is an impediment, right? And that's good information. It's not necessarily information that we will ultimately agree with, but it's good information because this is, an expert in these sorts of things, saying that they think this is part of the problem. So I think we have to take that at face value. The other thing is if the soul of the RPO is to protect our commercial space from being overrun by the office niche, right? Then I think we can make the RPO more flexible as long as we maintain that clear exclusion of the thing we don't want to take over the retail, and then soften what can be there. So that's not so limited. And so maybe that's, and a lot of the slides really went at that issue, right? And so maybe that's the sort of fertile ground to focus on, to sort of maintain the purpose of the RPO while just creating more flexibility in the marketplace to have something that's not office in our retail areas.
Yeah, and that was the feedback I gave Dan and team, was that when you just say, like, look at the RPO, that freaks people out. So let's talk about what do you really mean by that? Because I think there's a lot of room between removing it everywhere outside of these, core commercial areas and tweaking it heavily, potentially in certain areas and maybe less heavily in others, right? So there's a lot of gray area there and a lot of things that we can do, and probably a lot of things that almost everybody would agree on. So, yeah.
So does anyone else have anything to add to this tonight? And is the ad hoc happy with sort of the feedback you got from the non-ad hoc? Because I think or Ms. French, do you have something to add?
Oh, I was just thinking about my reports already due for the March 27th Planning Commission. What am I going to write about this time? So if anyone has concrete on the entire commission, what they're hoping the ad hoc committee can focus on, and what you're seeking from staff for the next full commission meeting?
Well, I do so appreciate that staff is always trying to manage the schedule of others. And it's frustrating. I mean, we saw that in the other issues tonight. But I think, so I don't think I have time to respond to the new presentation this evening in real time. I have a lot of notes and observations. I think we have to, I kind of think we do have to do this next time.
So I can send out, or we will publish it online, the presentation that was given tonight that had, that Dan had worked on today during the day to get ready for tonight. So so we can all have a little bit more time with all of that detail. Yeah. And then, we'll just keep on keeping on.
I think it's fair to say that the consultant was very responsive and put some meat on the bones so that we could begin a discussion, but that we, and so maybe with the ad hoc, you can determine which of those approaches might be the low-hanging fruit that Brian so wants to pluck, and can you put stuff from the ad hoc in the staff report before it's been reported out to us?
Well, it's the next ad hoc is the day before the Planning Commission meeting, so no.
So I don't understand what the problem is.
I think my advice would be to essentially, at least in the report, since we, the commissioners, haven't been able to react to everything that was presented to us tonight, that the plan can be, at least for now, for us to have a discussion at the next meeting about at the next PTC meeting of all this large menu of things that was presented to us, what we think might be better, like a good avenue. And the ad hoc during our time, we can actually discuss that amongst ourselves and maybe start with a starting point, give the rest of the commission something to react to, like some prioritization or something, unless the consultant has some other plan, because we don't know what the consultant's plan is either.
Yeah, so I'll just make it my focus to, have the report, have these bullets, maybe the 5, and then, like to structure around that and have a conversation about that.
Would it be helpful to get emails from us with like maybe our top 3, or does that make it even more complicated?
I mean, that's fine. If it would help, I can send out the presentation tonight or tomorrow morning or whatever, so that you can have it easy in your inbox and then take some time over the next, several days to think about it.
That might help as an input into that next ad hoc meeting too, right? Like, so that we can use that information as a starting point.
Yes.
For where to focus our efforts.
Yes, because the packet isn't published until next Wednesday, so I have so much time.
All right, so I think given that we all kind of agree on an approach, and I'm sorry that you don't have more time, but that's how it is. I would think we're done with this conversation and we can move on to our last item of the evening, which is approval of minutes.
But I so move.
Draft November 8th. What? Draft summary minutes. Do I have a motion and yeah, and a second?
Oh,
yep.
Go ahead.
Have you moved?
No, I'll let you do it.
Oh, I move we approve the minutes as revised.
I second that.
Would you like to speak to your first and second?
I don't think I need to.
All right, then if you could please call a roll. I mean, the vote.
Commissioner Recto?
Yes.
Chair Suma?
Yes.
Commissioner Liu?
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Aiken?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you so much. And do we have any commissioner questions, comments, etc.?
Okay, so my comment after witnessing what happened tonight is a suggestion that perhaps we revise our bylaws. So like agendize for a future meeting to revise our bylaws to be a little bit more similar to city councils, such that there's a cutoff point for public comment so that the chair can make a better informed decision as to how long to allot for each speaker, because we saw the number of speakers, I think, triple after the decision was made to allot the full 3 minutes. And so I'm thinking we should agendize that for a future.
At least triple. And I'll take a look at our bylaws and the councils and see if that's even in the councils or it's just their practice.
Yeah. I don't think it's something that's in the bylaws, and it's something we could do. Yeah.
Oh, okay, excellent.
Fantastic.
All right, we'll keep that in mind because that was that made it very difficult. But any other comments?
The good news is we had a lot of public interest in what we're doing. And that's
true. I always like the public interest. Okay, if there.
Wait.
Oh, go ahead.
Still me. So just a few brief comments about the Planning Commissioners Academy. So it was an excellent experience, thanks in large part to Ms. French. And there are a few tchotchkes left in the break room, so if anybody wants some. More importantly, I think probably the single most valuable thing that I remember from the Academy was the update on upcoming legislation, which was detailed, informative, and insightful. Probably the second most is that we have established a relationship with the Mountain View Planning Commission. And so thanks again to Ms. French, I think we have a connection that might turn into a joint discussion of the San Antonio corridor. So for the details, I have downloaded all the presentations and written a brief prioritization of them so that if you want to look at them, you can look at them in what I thought was most important order, which you can download from alanakin.com/pca.zip. Just unzip that, you'll have all the presentations and a README file that says which ones I thought were worthwhile. PCA, Planning Commissioners Academy.
Can you have staff like email that all to us?
Did I send that to you guys already?
Oh, I didn't get anything.
But I can certainly do that if I forgot to already, but which is quite possible. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, that sounds good. I'm sorry that we had to experience hate bomb this evening, and I hope it won't ever happen again. So we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.